let's start with a round of applause. Thank you for being here. Good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear allies. I'm happy to have you here on the sixth forum of the Allies BAM BAM 2025 Business, Activism and Media. And today we are brought together not only as participants of this event, we are brought here as a community that for 6 years has been building bridges between different worlds, the business and the civil society, politics and culture, between the people who would have never crossed paths if it hadn't been for their faith in the shared values, equality, dignity, and freedom. And the concept of this forum are the bridges. You can see it even in the visual design of BAM 2025. These are the bridges that bring us together. And this is about the path that we are walking for our common goal. The bridges do not appear by themselves. They are based on pillars, and the people here today are those pillars. So thank you for doing what you're doing on a daily basis. And this round of applause is to yourselves for your everyday work. Now we'll be talking about how to create safe areas, safe environments in companies and media and communities, how culture and creativity can be an instrument of support, how changes, amendments to the legislation are part of our European path, and how local initiatives design societal change. And this year we will also celebrate who have been consistently supporting equal rights, our allies. But that's yet to come, and now I'm reminding you this moment that not only the participants are here with us in this room, we are broadcasting online as well. Now, you can find the link to it at the web pages of Opora UA, and you can share it with your friends so that they can join us. Now, my word is to those who are online with us, please comment where are you from, and we will be expanding our community. But of course, the official part will be beginning with the everyday ritual that is usual for all Ukrainians. Some news are inspiring us for everyday work because we understand why it is important right now as never. Now, a moment of silence to everyone who has given their lives for our opportunity to be ourselves and work in the liberated Ukraine. A moment of silence. Thank you. Let this day be for us the space for dialogue, support, and faith in the equality that is not a dream, it's a process that we are creating together with you. And the keynote address will be the CEO of Tochka Opora UA, and the inspiration for BM, Tanya Kasyan. Give a round of applause. And also Robert Decker, head of political department of the ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands to Ukraine. Mr. Robert, please also join us on stage. Hello, everyone. I have said hello to several of you in the hall during the lunch. We'll keep talking, and I'm really happy to see people who are familiar, the new faces as well. Thank you for expanding our community. When I joined the Tochka Opory 6 years ago, they told me my task would be to organize forum of allies like this, and I I was thinking, where would I get that many allies? But we managed to do it, and I thought, what happens next year? And the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth year, everything went well, and now we're in the year number 6. Our circle is expanding, and I hope you use this opportunity today for network and inspiration, building connections that might bring forth interesting new initiatives. While I told you about the concept a little bit, I will tell you about how this project was born, the backstage activity. Mm, My team and I were brainstorming the ideas of what we want to see as a visual symbol, and Vita, the coordinator of the forum, suggested bridges because for several years now, this event has been a platform that brings together very different people from various spheres that help each other to travel from A to B, sometimes with a detour at sea. But the most important thing is that we walk this path together, and this circle is expanding, which makes me happy. Several years ago, I had an individual, a personal and professional crisis, and I was talking about that to my therapist. And I said, something has shaken inside of me. Something has changed and shifted because the people as I saw as my pillar, I don't see them like that anymore. And I opened a metaphor for myself. It's like a chair or a table. At the top of the table is what we believe in, our principles. And the legs of the table are the people who hold this top. And if you cut one of those legs, the entire table or chair will fall down. This metaphor is now transformed into the image of a bridge. I want us to be a strong support pillar for each other. With so much ambiguity in the world, with so many years of war in our country, we need to stick together. So let's do that. Have a wonderful event today.
Dobrý den, dobrý ranok.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm happy to see you this morning at this wonderful forum.
Today, but thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I understand the forum has already become an annual tradition, and I would like to thank our good partners from Fulcrum for the organization of and the invitation. It's a real honor to be standing here on stage today. I had a look at the program of today's forum, and it's very rich and diverse. I really enjoyed to see so many different topics on the schedule. There will be discussion on inclusion of LGBTIQ+ persons in the workplace, their participation in activism on the community level. There will also be a panel on registered partnership, which I think is long overdue in Ukraine. And there's also going to be a session on cultural and social change. And for me, this is actually a valuable sign that a conversation about the position of LGBTIQ+ persons in Ukraine is maturing beyond the focus on primarily establishing and safeguarding their basic rights in the face of conservative opposition, but that slowly but surely the focus seems to be shifting, in my view at least, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be shifting more towards the positive contribution that the LGBTIQ+ community can make to Ukrainian society. So no longer something that is difficult or a burden or something to fear, but something to celebrate and cherish in all its diversity. As Ukraine continues to show extraordinary resilience in the face of war, I think support for equality and inclusion is a very strong message, because these are democratic values and they do not wait for better times. They need our attention now, not despite the Russian aggression, but I think because of it. And we as the Netherlands are glad to provide military assistance to Ukraine. But not only that, we're also happy to support the socio-economic reforms that Ukraine needs to carry out on the way to becoming a full member of Team Europe. But we're also proud to be an ally to civil society, and in particularly the LGBTIQ+ community, and help them make a change in Ukrainian society. So indeed, helping the LGBTIQ plus community promote and protect their human rights is one of the priorities of the international human rights policy of the Netherlands. And we have a human rights fund, and with that fund, we support a number of initiatives here in Ukraine. And first of all, the forum today, of course.
Thank you for that.
But we also support the Pride movement. With our partner Insight, we work on providing social, legal, and psychological support to LGBTIQ plus persons, which unfortunately is more needed than ever. With our partner Sphere, we support the campaign against discrimination at the workplace. And I would like to say a few more words on that particular topic, inclusivity at the workplace. Because the Netherlands has long held the conviction that diversity is not only a fundamental human right, it is also a source of strength, innovation, and economic resilience. We know from decades of experience that when people can be themselves, when they feel respected and valued, when they feel safe, they contribute more to society, confidently and creatively. And such belief has resulted in practical steps in the Netherlands on both the level of society, politics, and business. For instance, they include the development of diversity strategies at companies, diversity and inclusion trainings for employees, clear non-discrimination policies, gender-neutral language in government communication, inclusive human resources policies, equal parental leave, and non-discriminative health care coverage. Apart from being the first country in the world to legalize same-sex marriage in 2001, which I am super proud of, the Netherlands has many good examples of meaningful inclusion of LGBTIQ plus persons in the workplace by large companies like ING, Philips, KLM, and others. The Dutch police has a LGBTIQ plus network called Pink and Blue. The president of the Dutch Central Bank is gay. And our prospective new prime minister recently proposed to his boyfriend. And he's a big fan and supporter of Ukraine. I met him last year here in Kyiv, and I'm sure that when he's coming to be prime minister, he will visit Kyiv very soon. 2 days ago, the new Speaker of Parliament was elected, and he lives together with his Afghan husband and their 2 cats. So they are successful. They make a meaningful contribution to society, and yes, they are also part of the LGBTIQ plus community. Sorry, getting there. Oh, yes. Research consistently shows that creating an inclusive workplace culture for LGBTIQ plus employees is not only a moral imperative to advance equality, it's essential to organizational success. An inclusive workplace boosts employee retention, satisfaction, innovation, and collaboration, while also enhancing an organization's reputation and, most of all, its productivity. So the bottom line is, diversity not only creates a happy workplace, it is simply good for business too. And therefore, I'm glad that today we will also have conversations with big Ukrainian companies, and I'm looking forward to hearing their experiences of inclusive practices. I hope today's forum will spark new partnerships, honest discussions, and practical solutions tailored to the Ukrainian context, and maybe the Netherlands can be a small inspiration for you. The Netherlands stands ready to continue supporting Ukraine in fighting the Russian aggression, as well as in strengthening equality, social cohesion, and the rights of the LGBTIQ plus community. Their rights, your rights, our rights are human rights. Thank you so very much. Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to those whose enthusiasm, spirit, and everyday work have made this forum and this meeting possible. And as you see, by the way, the motto of today's forum are the words, "Alliance is the strong support." And .ua is thinking, what will be the support of the next forum? So now, please, Let's show the QR code on screen, and this contains a link to the fundraiser for the next year's forum. Also, at the registration stand, you have seen a little lottery where you can make a donation and win a piece of merchandise. So please make sure you do that. Now, let's begin. From 2014, the Tochka Opory UA has been doing a national research Ukrainian index of corporate equality with a rating of the best employers who have been implementing the principles of diversity and inclusion. Now, this year, OLX joined this initiative, OLX Ukraine, and with a partnership with them, we have launched a new part of this research, an index of corporate equality. Karina Rushanyan, Senior Brand Manager of Work at OLX Ukraine, will present the results of this research. Let's give a round of applause to Karina. Uh, Good morning, good afternoon, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present such an important topic. Yes, let's see my slides on the screen. Let's skip the first two slides, so don't need to present me again. The inclusivity on the labor market is a very important topic for us. We have been studying it for a long time. Stigma, bias continue to exist. This is not an overnight process to make it disappear. It's a movement, and we see positive change. I'd like to share the general experience and results for employers and employees about barrierless issues on labor markets. The first thing that we asked our employers is, how do you perceive equal opportunities? That is the absence of discrimination, but most of them said it was about hiring people, which would be regardless of age, gender, sexual orientation, equal opportunity to be hired. But that's not only about that, but also about career growth in the company, also regardless of the status and any criteria that how this person can be described with. It's not a secret that in Ukraine, because of the war, because of the complicated situation, there's a lack of staff there on the labor market, and this rate is growing, and SMEs are suffering from that the most. And such crises inspire employers to look at potential candidates on a broader scale, in a broader sense. And apart from standard practices such as a motivational package or boosting their salary, we see the expansion of their view on the potential candidates. Now,
Працедавці готові вкладати.
They're inviting young people ever more. They're ready to invest in their training, but they're also regarding people of senior age, allowing them and enabling them to keep working, developing. In fact, you can see the top of strategies of response, but it's much broader, which is reflected here on the screen. It also includes as combatants women with young children, people with disabilities in particular. And if we look at our experience of working with target groups, we can see a significant growth year on year on these particular target groups, in particular with people with disabilities. So we see that the index has grown 13 additional points. It's of extreme importance because unfortunately, due to hostilities, the number of these people is on the rise. The attention by employers on these people is highly valuable. Additionally, we can see a lot of work with veterans. The veterans are going to increase in number too, and I will be sharing more about it. Not all of them have come back to workstations, so this issue hasn't been explored by employers yet, but this is the process which keeps moving, and of course it's going to gain pace. Along with that, regardless of all of the positive changes, barriers are still in place. When talking about people with disabilities, 37% of employers identified that they encounter difficulties. First of all, this has to do with re-equipping workstations, particularly when we speak about small businesses which are not aware of how to do it, how much money this will take. And most importantly, only 24% of them are gaining government-run support. Most of the time, it's large-sized businesses enjoying good connections with the government that enjoys support. Otherwise, SMEs are not very well aware of these grants and government-run programs. When we speak about people that have come from the war, 16% identified difficulties, but most of the time they boil it down to psychosocial adaptation. And employers also usually speak about the fact they don't know how to communicate and how to go around war veterans. It's another important point to bear in mind. Women with children, flexibility, and opportunity to work flexi time is a big issue. Concerning senior people, it's to do with fear due to the fact that the employers think that it will be harder for senior people to get adapted and trained. Talking about the candidate's experience. Also, the essential point is that equal opportunity is non-discrimination on the basis of any sign, and it's also about objective selection. We know that in line with the law of Ukraine, employers have no right to indicate any preferences concerning age or sex in their job descriptions, which is why job seekers expect this non-discrimination when being employed. So for them, transparency of information in job description matters most. 40% of job seekers have never encountered discrimination according to their responses. People of senior age most of the time speak in favor of discrimination. It's not only retirees, people aged 60 plus, but also people aged 50 plus, because there's a stigma attached to this age group. Although they're working age people, still employers doubt that these people will be able to get adjusted and learn very quickly different work processes. Sex-based discrimination, 11% of the respondents spoke about that. This is mostly to do with women, different bias connected with their marital status, because people expect them to go for maternity leave, or due to their children's sicknesses, they won't be able to work. And then the condition because of health or disability, 10% have spoken about that. Most frequent barriers have been in the life of people aged 45 to 60. They are the most active job seekers. But there's a lot of bias on behalf of employers, as they have reported. Only 14% of neurodiverse or divergent people have seen any barriers in their experience. But looking at the statistic in broad, only 16% of neurodivergent people said they never had any barriers. Usually they hide the specialty from their employers, because for 64% of the polled, this can be a barrier. And the same problems are found in the lives of the people with disabilities. They lack attention. There is bias with regard to them, adjusting workstations for them. 34% of war veterans identified that they are not back at work yet. They're still in the process of reintegrating into civilian life. And women, of course, they encounter a lot of difficulties due to the pressure of both difficulties at home and at work. So maintaining work-life balance for them is hard. Then together with the NGO, Fulcrum UA, we conducted another study, which is the Corporate Equality Ukrainian Index. Basically, we see that 95% of the companies polled have non-discrimination, equality policy, respect for diversity policies in a variety of ways. And 60% of these companies, they review and update these policies consistently, at least once or twice every 2 years. So 40 of them have identified that they involve managers and people that can guide them and lead them with respect to all of these problem issues from outside. And 30% of these companies post this information on their sites. When talking about protected sites in their policies, a lot of companies have a variety of different policies, but not an exhaustive list of policies. And the least protected or safeguarded group of population is the IDPs. These are pretty unique people for Ukraine. Not many people have IDPs. Not many countries have IDPs, and more often than not, international companies simply do not have any regulations or rules concerning non-discrimination against IDPs. But the best protected group are people with disabilities, which basically is very good, because companies try to equip, get adjusted to the needs of these people, and provide them with decent conditions of work. Another important bit to mention, companies do not leave aside non-discrimination within the parameters of their own advertising and promotion materials in particular. They do not hide the importance of non-discrimination in their promo material, involving people of different sex, gender, orientation, religious beliefs, etc., attracting them as their envoys, ambassadors. 70% of the companies polled are ready to involve people, regardless of their sex or status, to make sure that they will promote their businesses as best as they can. When talking about the measures and activities to raise awareness, over 80% of the companies conduct them on a regular basis. Also, many companies engage external experts. And importantly, we cannot speak here about people without including this group of people. When talking about war veterans and businesses ask how can we interact with them, it's impossible to talk about them without involving the people with this experience. 45% of the companies participate in various events dedicated to the event like we are doing it today. They promote inclusion as a topic of concern, and they also organize an interesting internal events focusing on both their employees and external guests. They also adapt their physical spaces. In the first place, this goes to accessibility, making sure that everything is accessible to people with disabilities, that the tilt of ramps should be not more than 10 degrees, ensuring other different conditions. And what I would like to highlight at this point is that the most complicated form of people with disabilities is the people with eyesight problems, eyesight impairment. You have to adapt websites, for example, involving great number of different technicians. And now we can see that only 21% of companies have their sites adapted to the people with vision impairment. So we can say that this is the least protected digitally group of the population. So now UN SDGs that companies pursue, 90% of companies, the majority of companies, we may argue, target different areas and the most key ones. I beg your pardon, let me check it. Ensuring fine and decent conditions of work, non-discrimination, supporting various social initiatives, climate change support, or rather combating, making sure that businesses can develop sustainably. And this is a very good indicator because regardless of the war, the conditions in which Ukrainian business finds itself, it's trying to make ends meet and survive. Business is also trying to continue targeting sustainability, transparency, accountability, and supporting all of the people, making sure that accessibility is ensured. I wish everyone a great event. Yes, fantastic amount of work that has just been accounted for. I don't think you have heard about it for the first time because here we have representatives of a lot of these companies participating in this Ukrainian Business Equality Index, and Fulcrum UA, within the framework of Ukrainian Business Equality Index, has been exploring the policies within different Ukrainian companies. Last year, we presented the outputs of the study, presented according to the updated methodology. Korea has just presented the outputs of this year's study that we implemented together with OLX Robota, our work. But the work of this project is not over at that, because during the last months, our experts, based on the results of this index and sociological poll of consumers, men and women, have developed another comprehensive study about sustainable development goals and the inclusion policies and diversity practices in Ukraine. Now you can see the QR code on the screen. You're welcome to follow it and spread this report amongst your colleagues and mates. So here you will be able to see not only the information that consumers are anticipating from companies, policies to be implemented, also ready-made recommendations, what messages companies should draw up, and which methods concerning inclusion are worth implementing, approaches with regard to countries of East Europe that are worthwhile for Ukraine now, and a lot of different links to real cases. I think that this report is going to prove extremely useful to companies, so you're welcome to make use of it and download it. Now it's a very responsible point because we are going to start our first panel discussion. I know that a lot of you have been in eager anticipation of that when we announced the topic. Sustainability and resilience begins with people, the people that support each other, creating opportunities for one another, finding themselves in new conditions, never stopping even though the world is changing. Today's conditions of war require from Ukraine's business not only resilience but readiness to change in order to support the economy. Ukraine is one of the 30 countries in the world where the population is aging and very quickly. This is the official information from the World Bank at data 2024, and labor migration is also shrinking labor resources swiftly. So for us, human resources strategic value. Businesses are opening doors for different experts, making sure that training becomes a pillar for our resilience and recovery. And this is what we will be speaking about during the first panel. Olga Filonenko, Metro Ukraine. She works with staffing issues at Metro. Olga Bespalka, expert on inclusivity issues for equal society, equitable society at Privatbank. She also deals with equity issues. A round of applause for her, please. Yulia Litvin, HR business partner, dealer, Ukraine. You're welcome to proceed onto the stage. Lubov Shetkareva, senior expert on OCO brand development. Hello. And Hanna Lukashevich, the chief of the training department, 1+1 Media. And this event will be moderated by Yana Goncharenko, an expert on strategies, diversity, and business inclusion, director on diversity work at Starlight Media. So enjoy the fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Good morning. I love this event. Every year, I eagerly anticipate that. Fulcrum UA is an organization unique in many respects, but in particular for me, just because so much attention is riveted to studying our practices as employers, supporting us, and business as a topic is one of the most inspirational for me. And hopefully all of the people gathered in this hall today, all of our allies, men and women, all people from the LGBTQI plus community will hear support because Ukrainian business can help and work urgently, especially when we talk about the time of crisis, the need to invest in human capital in conditions of danger, economic crisis, and drain of human capital and leakage of human capital. So I suggest that we begin with Ola. An interesting fact about her: Olga Bespalka was in charge of diversity and other issues related to that in a couple of organizations. At the same time, she took care of social policies at Ukrzaliznytsia, the Ukrainian railway, and over the last half a year, she's been in charge of this area in Privatbank, the largest bank in Ukraine. I know that you have more than 15,000 employees nationally and internationally, trans-regionally here in Ukraine. So I would like to set you the framework. How do you, as the bank, explain to yourselves, to your employees, why this investment is necessary right now? How do you prioritize for it? Where do you target your efforts in the first place? If I may, I would like to cite one illustration, and then I will get back to answering your question because it's going to speak for itself. When we implemented a minute of silence on a permanent basis at our bank, in 2 weeks' time, I requested for the feedback about this process, whether there were any disruptions. Of course, the feedback was very positive, and the comments were made that a lot of veterans were very much moved. And people, when they went to the offices of our bank, they were immediately touched. But there was another comment which also shifted the focus of attention in terms of how to support our employees. We were doing this not because we are a partner for the state, transmitting respective values. We wanted to support our employees whose family members are on active duty, missing in action, or in captivity. We are 17,000 employees across the full board of Ukraine. Of course, it related to everyone. And one comment that we received was that in a small village, the local residents usually go to this bank branch to stand for 1 minute because this is the only place where they hear information about the minute of silence. And for them, this matters enormously. And at that point, this became such a vivid illustration for us to understand that once we began to support our employees, we contributed so much for the whole um, unity within our society, because it's in the first place about our local residents who could have suffered as a result of shelling, or the list goes on. This is also down to respecting our military personnel. So how important this is, you can see for yourself, whether or not it's important for us to support our human capital. We have also some other illustrations in place that this is something that can keep keeps keeping us together. Since the full-scale invasion, we were united by the same enemy. We held on for some time, but not a long time. Let's face it, and now we have to find other fulcrums, other points of support. And today's topic, in many ways, talking about unifying elements, this is all down to the fact that we have to reduce this distance between the military and the civilians and find common ground, because all of us are in it. Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more. I think it's not only about the civilian and battle experience. Provisionally, we can also say that we have a great number of different vulnerable populations here in Ukraine, because of vulnerable population is a sustainable group into which you are born. But in Ukraine, when you wake up in the morning, you don't know which of these vulnerable groups you will belong in the evening. Understandably, you can become a beloved girl of somebody who died in this war, whether it be a civilian or a military officer. So thank you very much that your stance is not only about unifying not only our employees, but also developing connections with our local resident communities. Thank you very much for making this point. Olga, I also know that Metro has sustainable practices of inclusion, supporting your teams, and I also know that there are international standards that you comply with. Along with that, the conditions and the context in which you are involved cannot be compared to the challenges that global offices are encountering. So can you tell us about global trends you can see? And what are some of the local context points that you would like to find answers to?
Well, first of all, hello everyone. I'm happy to be here today and to make our contribution to making our environment even more barrierless. Thank you for this question, Yana, because this is something we start with every time. If we're talking about the global market, the Ukrainian market, we go hand in hand simultaneously, but Ukraine has additional conditions related to the war. This breeds our ambiguity, stress, bias related to war as well. So we adapt our solutions to our realities. But globally and in Ukraine, the key task is to be resilient in the face of change, to stay within your scope of resources and stay efficient. I would describe the three main trends that we implement, we recognize and implement, taking into account global trends and Ukrainian realities. The first trend is the skills first approach. Here I'll say it's not a methodology, it hasn't been for a long time. It's more of a philosophy that invasively influences all practices: career management, team management, role design, etc. And it's important to mention here that many businesses nowadays are fine tuning their processes, ourselves included. We are living in the times of digitalization, AI, so our processes are being adapted to fit the skills. Because Metro Ukraine, for example, we work in a mixed workforce. We have robots called Marian. We have human employees, of course, so we have to adapt to these processes, to the skills, to the digitalization. The second very important trend is multi-vector direction of careers and career grids. Career is becoming increasingly personalized. Nowadays, people want to create not a stereotypically correct career, but their own way of doing career. They are a vertical, multifunctional, expertise-based careers. They're various, and it's important to help them find their own format of career building. For 2 years now, we've been working with the service of career consulting helping our talents, our employees, to receive professional career consultation and understand their trajectory of career development for the future. It's very important that we are now aimed not at development of certain soft skills. We're aimed at developing critical thinking, asymmetrical, creative thinking, because these types of thinking are absolutely necessary in all careers. This is how we create this diversity and support it. And the third trend we are using in our work, and we recommend this to everyone, is inclusive leadership as the fundamental basis for personalization. This has to be built around a leader who sees the variety in the staff and reinforces these differences, emphasizing their strong sides and helping develop them. These are the three trends we are using in our work. We are happy to share our practices because it's important to share. Because when we don't compete, when we share, the employee is the one who wins and the market becomes better. It's wonderful, supports the idea that support and protection is not about competition, it's about uniting. Thank you. I'm now thinking about a stereotype-free career right now and supporting any vector of human development and the entire variety, all the diversity among your employees. That's very inspiring. Julia, now to you. Dila might know about us more than we know ourselves. Imagine that we are doing tests, we are doing blood work or health tests of the employees. What are the indicators that are signaling that we as employers have to get involved? Thank you for the question. I'm also happy to be here. It's a very interesting question indeed, a medical question. Let me respond in the similar way. Regardless of this constant stress, these stressful situations, concerns about your family and beloved ones, about your health and safety, this ambiguity, this drops our ferritin levels. So my recommendation is to go get it checked. Concerning the business, objectively, this nervous tension, this stress that is prevalent in the entire country, in any part of our country, this is reflected at how our employees feel, not only at our company, at others as well. This decreases the productivity, the efficiency, of course, and this is not an individual issue. This is also an issue that businesses face. Businesses should be helping support the mental, psychological health of their employees. We see that at NPS questionnaires in their results and from talking to our staff as well. And we see that based on external surveys. There was a global survey done recently about female health with Kandara company. And we saw that 45% of women in Ukraine perceive their mental health evaluated as being a negative state and a complicated state. So we, at our company, we work at various aspects, various domains. First of all, working with a therapist. There's an in-house therapist, also externally hired therapists, and those services are paid for by the company. And of course, the training. I agree completely with Olga on this. We do a lot of additional training, advanced training, not only professional one and hard skills. We provide a lot of training on soft skills and working with various categories of people, various states they might be in. We help build the skills to put a barrier between our emotions and emotions of the client, to differentiate between emotions. As it turned out, many adults are not even able to identify their state, their condition, and when they are in a stress, they cannot even name that and recognize that before they crash out and it's too late. We work with that. A lot of trainings, a lot of advanced learning in that sphere is done by us. There's constant information support to our employees to keep observing the mental state and knowing what we can do to help to support. Another sphere, apart from mental health support and training, is working with CSOs. We created trainings, design trainings with organization of barrierlessness, on barrierlessness, so that all of our employees understand how to work with clients, with people whose physical capabilities are different from theirs, who might be disabled. And one of the key points of where we apply our efforts at the company to make the environment comfortable for our employees and for our clients as well. Yes, we'll do the blood work on ferritin, on iron, ferritin. Now, I'm looking at the colleagues at the panel discussion. When you mentioned mental health challenges for women, I saw everyone sigh, understanding. We know it's one of the key challenges for the entire country, and I love it that you, as an employer, are investing not only in services and assistance, but also to the explanation, to the awareness raising for the people to recognize their state, and your cooperation with the civil society sector, with the CSOs, and it's wonderful when the business uses the experience and expertise of those organizations that are rich in that experience. Now, Lubov, let's continue speaking through the lens of business on these issues. We've talked about mental health, burnout, challenges we face. As a representative of OCO, where do you get the fuel to keep moving, even in the days when you feel you cannot leave your bed, even? How do you support your employees? What do you do to keep people within their resources to keep moving and working? Thank you. Based on various surveys, we can see the stress level, the exhaustion level in the society is increasing. That's why it's so important today, on an individual level, the company level, and community levels, to figure out what can be supportive, what can be a source of help for you, a resource. We are based on our values in that aspect. It's not just a nicely worded document. The values have to be living, practical, and be a fundamental for our development. Our fundamental value is our people. It's important to give our clients the best possible service and the employees to feel this, that they're being taken care of. That's why we have medical insurance. Our employment is official, which gives our employees the feeling of stability and support. And we also work with on a wider scale. With the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we've been proactive in mental health support, psychological support. People are truly using this option. They are booking individual and group formats of consultations. There's a support chat for the employees. There's a demand. There's a real cooperation. We have a program for the leaders in our company, the resilience for the resilient ones, where the leaders are discussing how can they support their teams, because the mental state of a leader also defines at some point to some extent the state of their team. The ability to keep the feedback flowing is another instrument. And this feeling of gratitude and recognizing the importance of one's work is very important. I was talking to one of the colleagues, meeting them, and one of them said, "Oko is love," which is one of the unofficial mottos. And we are so grateful for the feedback that you're giving, us. And this motivates, this inspires so much when we see videos, words of gratitude. And on the company level, we work with the gratitude culture through feedback, through gifts for anniversaries, recognition of the importance of everyone's work. And another important factor, our value is a good mood. At wartime, it's very difficult to keep this value alive. But this year, we launched the program called the School of Ambassadors, where we do training for our colleagues. There is a support chat. We share our impressions, and then our colleagues generate, based on that, a lot of various content, videos, texts, text messages. And they're able to notice this space for joy, for happiness. It is very important to to notice life and joy in these smallest details, smallest opportunities, and fill the life with humor. So, summing it up, I'd say that our values are respect, gratitude, finding and nourishing the good in yourself and the others, and keeping a sincere dialogue when you ask another person how they're doing, being truly interested, being supportive at the time of the most dire need. Thank you. Oko is love, is true. I know you continue working at frontline cities and villages. I know you're next to our military soldiers, officers. You are the place where they can take their cup of coffee, a pause, even when the gas stations are under active shellings. There was a concert by Serhiy Lipko, a Ukrainian military officer and stand-up comedian who was talking about Oko in Konstantinivka. I remember we are grateful to your team for being that for them, and about talking about the feedback. We know that not only the team but also the leaders are in a difficult condition, and sometimes the dialogue can be can become shaky, so we need to support them. Uh, Now, we started with talking about how this is not the environment for competition. We will prove that once again. One plus one media is our friend slash competitor on Ukrainian media market, and we understand that in the context of creative industry, we are fighting not only for people in general, but for the talents and for their possibility to keep creating, being resourceful, being productive, creating change and storytelling. How do you support your teams? How do you nourish the talents that you already have on your team? One plus one media. Yes, I will try to demonstrate in a transparent way what Jana mentioned. The colleague mentioned it's important to share our practices to keep rebuilding our country, to make it attractive not only for ourselves, the Ukrainians, for them to keep living here, but to showcase it to the entire world that Ukrainians are not only resilient and full of willpower, but we have a lot of other things to showcase. Our two key factors are our young people and our employees. The young people are our point of systemic work, and for 4 years we have been receiving an award from the student point for our systemic approach to students and young people. Since 2015 we've had the program for internship called Closer to Television, Closer to TV. This is how we involve the young people to creative industries in a safe environment. We understand that the students obviously do not have the relevant experience, but they are motivated. They are extremely inspired and willing to use their energy and knowledge with the experts in various fields and build their careers in media industry or any other industry where there are creative opportunities. Other students as well, those are who are not in creative industries, also join our internship program, the support sector, IT, finance, anything related to the creative industries is open for the students to build their careers, stay in the company, build their experiences, convince themselves if that is fit for them, see if they like it or not. When we mentioned the soft skills, I can say that not everyone works according to their profession, official profession that they graduated with from university or institute. This is what the higher education is for, to find your identity, to do internships, to learn from experts who can share their experiences. Of course, we invite the students and other young people to visit our offices to see the backstage of the TV business, how that works, and to charge up on that energy and see if that resonates with them. Now, about talent retention for our employees. Our program, the League of Plus, 1+1, is the support of our employees. And an important condition to participate in that program is continuous learning, continuous development. Any participant of that program, any leader, is a pillar for their team, and it's important to support those who are, in their turn, a support to others. So we are watching, observing the challenges within the business and external ones, and we are trying to make this program flexible. All of our managers are always expecting for a new case to pop up, to be studied, to work on, and we change the modules of this program based on current challenges. One of the examples is last year we invited an international speaker to speak on the barrierless access to education. The speaker was in Belgium, and last year in this building, but another room, our key task was to inspire
І друге дихання.
Give the second wind of breath to our people, thus amplifying their ability. But since the outbreak of the war, 2014, and then the full-scale invasion in 2022, all of this, saps us, and it makes all of us put our lives aside, thinking that this is not now, it's not due, but now is our time, here and now. So our task was to inspire and motivate our leaders and get them do what they can do best with the help of our toolkit and a variety of formats. And we had a fantastic deliverable. And this year, I hope we will be looking for some other fascinating speakers to make sure that our leads and managers and executives can retain the young people who we invite for different trainee programs and internship programs, and thus create conditions which will be both convenient and conducive to creating and making sense and connections between different occupations, different experiences, and different areas of expertise. So we try to maintain agility, flexibility, and being sensitive to what's coming from outside. Great. So this is about your creativity and adaptivity that you implement together with your leaders of creative industry order. I said that you were willing to comment on something. Yes, when you were talking about your foreign expert who you invited to come to Ukraine to motivate Ukrainians, it related to me, and I caught myself thinking, quite often I'm in communication with our employees and generally with people due to my line of work. And this complex of inferiority which has been imposed on us, and even more so because of the war, people keep focusing on the point that we are poor and disadvantage, but at the same time, there is a huge group of people that will always be able to troubleshoot for the most difficult situation during power outages, having no water supply, not being able to meet our basic needs. And still, people in Ukraine are fantastic innovators, and still they do not treasure or value themselves. I think this is something that we need to communicate to everyone in all of the companies. We are so flexible, super flexible. I don't think that we need anyone from abroad to tell us about it. But this is a huge chunk of cultural background that we need to get changed. Yes, but in the Ukrainian culture, you know, people who come from outside saying that your house is so beautiful also stirs you up into action. But I do agree with you that we need to study more, explore more our own practices, because we have so much to be proud of. And at this point, I would like us to talk on inclusion within our programs. Let us rethinking, because there is an international understanding of that, but the Ukrainian understanding of the same topic is somewhat different, because for me, inclusion, you know, soon we're going to celebrate our holidays, Christmas holidays. We are in anticipation of them, because it's not just possible to get all of the family together at the same table or communicate about these holidays, that you will finally be all together, because literally we understand that a significant share of families are separated due to displacement, or because your nearest and dearest are in the army. So this makes us focus on different small, little tiny details that can harm other people, hurt them. So communication as such is a rankling issue for us right now, both as employers and as people when we talk about it. So my question to you is, how is it that you work with this new phenomenon of inclusion, accessing people that you work with? How do you convince that this is highly sensitive and that this can work smoothly? Let's start with you. Well, let me start by saying that what makes us special is that within our organization, we do it via experience architecture. So this is archi important for us. So let me explain why. All of the solutions within our organization are assessed via the perspective of usual common people. All people are different, and we need to account for all the aspects of diversity and variety. This year, for example, we're working with 3 age groups: people with hearing impairments, veterans, and young people. We are targeting them this year. First of all, we are adapting working environment for them, creating new opportunities, barrier-free communication. We have our own formula of barrier-free approach. So we try to formulate such a working environment that these people deserve. Can you tell us about this formula, please? I'll touch upon that a bit later, but by and large, this formula consists of inclusive communication about equal opportunities, which means each and everyone has access to training, physical accessibility, which matters very much for us, and of course, it's about inclusive leadership. I started by talking about it because it's necessary for us to personalize all of that. And all of our initiatives are always taken through this prism. So now we are working with people with hearing impairment, veterans, people with disabilities. We offer them different programs, and certain solutions, organizational solutions, are immediately tested. We have crash tests based on our age groups, because these small groups that may have been inconspicuous previously may immediately demonstrate these barriers. And then it enables us to adapt and adjust these solutions. And something else which always runs permanently, this is education for our peers, for our team. We always are proactive, go for prevention, and basically we work on education, making sure that people centricity is not just something that sounds beautiful, but this is to be manifested every day in the way we treat people, opportunities we offer them, etc. Thank you, Ola, very much. Indeed, your approach and the availability of your own formula and this check is a great test for all of us to follow, but in order to construe different solutions based on your background, of course, you need to build secure channels of communication, and this is something which is worth investing in for all of us, because securing and making sure that you have thought about all types of backgrounds and experiences is virtually impossible sometimes when our life is so fast-paced and we have to tackle different challenges. But our HR and PR teams and our leaders need to be able to get the necessary feedback swiftly. All of us have to be well trained to respond ad hoc. You've spoken about your veteran program. When we were just learning how to work with veterans and their family members, we would focus on their spouses and children. And then one of the feedback points transformed our understanding of families, because we have fathers, mothers, children, and this expanded the focus of how we should talk about it and what should attention placed on. Thank you. Yula, how do you work on these points? As an HR manager, I'll probably start by quoting figures on our human resources for you to understand it better. For example, when we speak about age groups, 24% is people up to 25, and 24% is also the people aged 50 plus. So basically we have it very equal distribution of people of different ages, because we work in a medical area. 79% are women primarily, and we of course target so much women, motherhood. It goes without saying, we have additional checkups, provide additional support to women, and we are two thumbs up to make sure that birth rate increases in our country. Let me also get back a year from now, when we began the auditing program on workstations, understanding how we could calibrate, how we could adapt and adjust workstations for different categories to make sure that we could involve as many people, perhaps with disabilities, senior people, retirees. So this year we initiated, rolled out our activities with Altogether company, and recently we received a ramified type of feedback on the type of our workstations, on what we have to rectify, amend, and modify. A lot is being done right now to make sure that jobs are ensured for everyone, whoever suits and fits our competencies, professional and personal ones. We also try to grow our employees personality-wise. So this is concerning our teamwork inside. I can see you want to ask me about something. Yes, it's a complimentary remark I would like to make. Well deserved. I know that you also have another trump down your sleeve. Your CEO, who is personally involved in the topics of diversity and inclusion, I would also like to lay this additional stress. Yes, I was just about to say about it. Yeah, now we are running a fundamental program covering the entire of our program, internal servicing, top executives and all the way down, talking about their skill of proper communication, ability to communicate with employers, getting feedback. So we live through one day together with our employees, living side by side with them. So such social programs couldn't have existed without the support on behalf of CEOs, owners, executive managers of our company. So it goes without saying that we have to involve top-level managers in such initiatives to make sure that the company grows and develops inside and outside, making sure that such services are communicated outside. I know that you also offer special veteran coffee. You procured that from veterans. It's possible to put a label on your vehicle saying that at 9 o'clock it's the nationwide minute of silence. Yes, we have it attached to the walls of all of our branches. Thank you very much. Luba, how do you work with that? How do you ensure inclusion in your programs? Thank you for your question. Generally, we stick to the principle that people come first and their experiences follow them, because sometimes in our minds we can construe and imagine so many biases or stereotypes which will not comply with reality, which is why it's essential to talk to our employees, with the prospective candidates. And this year we have conducted a lot of training with the public employment center for people about building effective communication. And one of the steps to undertake is, of course, to train our employees. The second step in this way, we said it's necessary to avoid all of the biases and stereotypes. Of course, that can be overcome, but unless we create opportunities for development, for employee development within the company, this can be rendered inefficient. So it's essential to create the spaces where people can work and develop. And in particular, one of such approaches is the career counseling as an approach which we are implementing, where people can reinvent themselves and find themselves for themselves new facets of how to contribute to the company's operations better. Case management is another principle that we have begun to implement this year. We have had some situations when a peer came back to us. He's an amputee, has lost his arm, and because we work with critical infrastructure and at the level of legislation, there's a lot of different requirements in terms of documents. So we had to analyze how it would make sure that it would be convenient for this man to work. We had to work a lot of regulations. So we are sure that these principles of case management will definitely prove useful, remain very relevant, and we'll be able to work with them in a targeted way in order to adjust workstations. And another important point to make, you have to believe in what you do, because every change takes time. For example, in 2024, we started work on cooperation with Reskilling UA organization in Ukraine. This is to train women to become long-distance lorry drivers. So throughout the year, we have been in active communication with them, organizing tours, sharing our experience. We're still in touch with them. And this year, the employment came to one of the women who is a driver of one of these huge trucks. Until recently, this seemed to be utterly impossible to imagine, but everything is possible. Every time it begins with a small step. But these steps have to be consistent, sure, and then they will create the conditions to bust stereotypes and create spaces to enable the development of everyone within such spaces and environments. Thank you. Hannah, what about you? How do you work with these issues? I'll probably add by saying and mentioning 2 points. Of course, it's barrier-free access to education. Here we're talking not only our in-company training, but media literacy for the people who never had this as their line training and still would like to work with creative industries. So it's possible for them to go to our media school, and upskilling is also offered to our employees. So these formats have to be hybrid, so that people who are based not only in Ukraine but outside Ukraine can gain access to that while working within our company. And it can also be guaranteed to people who are based in the regions of Ukraine. Another important element to mention, and I would probably refer it to education and training, we have implemented the Language Book Club, which for us is a fine borderline between leisure and education, because there during this club we speak about so many things which degraded our language, our culture, devalued our culture, and about how much easier it is for us to obtain many things because stereotypes have been busted and ruined, because previously it didn't used to be fashionable, and speaking Ukrainian used to be uncultured in the perception of many. So when talking to our employees, we help them understand and fill in the gaps and bridge these gaps. Talking about this book club, a non-typical case to mention, in addition to inviting our Ukrainian writers, and some of them are veterans, ex-combatants, talented people, we engage them to discuss books together. We read these books together. And this, of course, creates a cohesion in our midst. But we also have some people who have suffered a loss, and this lady was able to grieve with the help of this book, and we did it within the framework of our club. And this lady said at once that it was not her creativist industry, but her personal industry. And it was not talk about this because there was nothing much to talk about, but this was about supporting. My peers have already mentioned that once we go beyond the perimeters of veterans, we begin to target their family members. This enables us to build higher quality and barrier-free communications. And our program, Life After Scars, we engage both insiders and outsiders. It's a social program which runs on television and digital space about veteran experience and how to keep moving, citing the examples of veterans and military personnel, and another in-company program, which is a baseline thing for many companies. When small companies have their own sets, larger companies have larger scale projects and programs to operate. We have a lot of statistical information about veterans, men and women, and we also have to elaborate more experience in this respect. This will help us to get standardized, sometimes go into experimentation to see what works and what doesn't, where we need to go more in depth, because everyone's experience is usual and there is no one-fit-all solution. Ola, please. I know your personal love for consistency, system-based approach. I know that Ola will always check things 3 times, things herself, and then she will send other people to check it 3 times and verify. So tell us about how you work with this in your company. It's my favorite topic. Are you ready for that? Truly, I can enumerate a few things along the lines of which the bank moves. It's not only businesses which are present here. We are a bank and a business that delivers services to the population. And it's necessary to respect our client experience in addition to our employee experience. Of course, these experiences are variable. I can tell a lot about sign language, which we have implemented. And for me, it was an eye-opener when I came to this company that we do not hire any sign language interpreters, but instead our employees have mastered this language to be able to communicate information, narrow profile information about finance, about cards, etc. themselves.
Це історія
So, this is about this first contact. Also, the ATM service employees who are women right now, we hire them as well. That's about also accessibility of the website and of the app for people with sight impediments, etc. And this is about how it should work systemically. I don't like to hear businesses to keep sharing how wonderfully they apply something. The question is, how did you reach that level? I have been working at a private bank for 6 months when I asked myself what should be the approach. Many businesses see a certain witness, a certain person with relevant experience or a number of experts who help develop and improve a certain aspect, a certain issue. It's a good path, but I belong to people who think, what happens when that trailblazer person leaves the company? How sustainable would that topic be? And it was a new thing for me to realize that the strategy of barrierless access was part of our strategy, but we didn't involve special expertise employees. We were strategizing how to teach various soft skills to the general pool of employees. Yes, we get that applies to empathy, for example. That takes a longer time. Awareness raising, information campaign. It took us about a year. Then we moved over to the immersive experience. People who were improving our products, developing our website, they had to experience something they had never experienced before. What is valuable to me right now, the employees who are responsible for their respective areas come to me with ideas and suggestions how that might work for individuals with various experiences. I don't like to separate and segregate, categorize people. That's more for in house explanation. This allows us to be stronger and more sustainable because this is not on the shoulders of one person or one department that is solely dedicated to that and uh, helping others to do that. But this is the criterion, the strategy of the entire system. We don't have to persuade anyone. We are all not on the stage of departments being at war against each other. Everyone understands what it's about and what we're moving towards. Even the best rules of and policies of variety, diversity, and inclusivity does not even start to be as efficient as the real corporate culture. It's difficult to change the opinions and the decisions of people through corporate culture at moments when we don't see them, when nobody watches them. That's why I love this approach. You as a CEO understand how why we ask these CEOs here, Oko Metro, why do we ask so meticulously? These are veteran-friendly businesses that are signed by their respective CEOs. For example, at Dila, at a working meeting, the CEOs send more narrow expertise department heads, for instance. And when Dila has a wonderful team that includes the CEO as well at all of the meetings that defines the experiences of veterans of the country. The CEO of Privatbank, Mr. Mikhail, who continues investing his effort into the culture of commemorating the veterans and the diversity. I know that's a part of his personal set of values that he keeps broadcasting on a daily basis, and I think it's important. And in this conversation, I'd like to emphasize once again, you can see, you know how much expertise, how much knowledge and how many skills are available here amongst the contributors. We know, we care, we have the necessary expertise, but we also need the support so that the general strategy of business includes our initiatives into their daily work. Now, uh, maybe closing remarks slash recommendations. We've been talking about the trends and what you've been doing. Uh, we are soon entering 2026. What are the three priorities everyone should be keeping in mind and directing their efforts, their investments? Olga, I knew you would start with me. Three brief recommendations from me that will be summarizing our meeting. First, define the focus of your attention. Where are we moving towards? Every company must understand where they are currently, what they're starting with, what are their minimum and maximum points, what the key priority is. Ola, I'll add to what you said. I also support a systemic approach in these issues. If there is no focus of attention and effort, then all initiatives aimed at diversity, at barrierless access, all that would stay just a beautiful intention, but not a measurable system, not an accessible system. So, the second practical advice from me is to aim at small but swift victories. There's a bias that's a fashionable fashionable word, barrierless access. But the truth is simple. If we make an invisible group visible, if we tackle a certain barrier, physical communication barrier, that's already a small victory, which would propel us to further barrierless access and build trust to a DNI direction. I'm an ambassador of joining, communicating, coming together. We need to stick together. I'll be the ambassador of this idea as well. We do need to come together for a common goal. I agree concerning your take about the goals, defining the goal. And I support the opinion that we should involve the top management, the CEOs of the companies. We have a wonderful experience. Thank you for supporting it. And if there's an opportunity for the business owners, CEOs, to bring the company towards diversity and the understanding of the current market and the future plans, that is wonderful in itself. Next, flexibility. We must be flexible. Everything is changing at all times. We must be ready for different scenarios, different possibilities, and it's another aspect that needs to be taken into account. Next, advanced training, which will help us be flexible, adaptive, implement the tasks and strategies in the company. Where, where were I? Is that number four? Number, which is it? AI, automatization, absolutely imperative for business. Okay, Ola, let's hear you. Don't be afraid of competition. We mentioned this today. We are used to competition. That's the first one. That's a key one. We are now at the state of war. We are not competitors at this point. We need to stay together. Second, keep within the current situation of what's happening to your employees. We cannot move forward without understanding that. And number three, the dystopian idea, the utopic idea of love towards each other and accepting any experience through the prism of big, genuine love. And let's make a wish. If you're sitting between two Olyas, all of us can, like according to this nice superstition, you can make a wish because you sit in between us. There's a big checklist already of things to recommend. Let me circle back to what I started with. Invest into the young people. Don't get biased. Don't tell them that you first need to graduate from the school, from the university to make your share of mistakes and make sure you chose what you really want to do. I think nowadays is a wonderful time, uh, amazing time for the young people. And if businesses create safe environments and safe opportunities, those young people will stay in Ukraine. And together we will be able to rebuild the economy and all sectors of it, what the dealer representative mentioned today, and supporting, concerning the support for our employees. I think it's this culture of feedback. We still have something, we always have something to work on in this field. This should be our area of one of our areas of focus, uh, searching for productive for effective instruments, using them and sharing them. Lubov, please. Other speakers mentioned many things already. I will add that this survey of the loyalty and the engagement of employees, especially if we're talking about a big company and there are various directions of work. It's important to understand clearly what the demand is and to build a clear strategy, a clear plan. Also, I fully support the point about the training, the learning. This is something worth investment. Clear communication with the employees about our challenges, our values, because this open, transparent communication builds trust, and of course, transparent communication with the external actors, the civil society organizations, other companies as well, to share and build experience. I I will use my connections to the organizers and use this to ask another question. BAM is bringing together the people who care, allies for human rights from various sectors. And each of you understands very clearly that when we focus on supporting people, when we care about their rights and opportunities for them, even in the private sector, it makes us, to a certain extent, an activist. And an activist, being an activist, is linked to mental health risks, the tension within yourselves. One human-based, humane recommendations from yourselves. How do you deal with that tension, with those mental health risks? I think many of us are maximalistic in our life approach. We want a perfect solution. We want our initiatives to become accessible to everyone all at once. But I think we need to remember that every step towards the stronger human rights, equal opportunities, and barrierless access, that's already a success. And we should give ourselves some allowance, cut ourselves some slack, and be nicer to ourselves. Of course, if you want criticism, post something on Facebook, and people in the comments will let you know what it is that you're doing wrong. So let's try to be a friend to ourselves, a good friend. I have three recommendations, but I can only voice one of them out loud. Uh, I don't know how efficient it will be, but try to find one person in your closest circle who can bring you back down to earth. There should be one person that can tell you, stop, get back to your senses. Back in my times, my mom helped me a lot when there was an evacuation. We were responsible to evacuate all of the employees and the part of their families from the eastern regions. And on the day 7 or 8, without sleep, my mother made me a cup of tea that made me sleep for a couple of hours. And nothing critically important happened within these 2 hours. It just gave me an opportunity to take a rest. And it's so important to have these people in my life to stop me in my tracks when needed, make me take a rest, and then come back to work. Hanna, what's your advice? Maybe to allow yourself to let your emotions out. I just get into my car, roll the windows up, put very loud music on. I can cry or laugh to the same song, but the idea is to let your emotions out. And sometimes I catch myself thinking, what is she celebrating something? What is she doing? Blasting music like that. But that's my space, my environment. I'm experiencing my feelings and my emotions, positive or negative. Yeah, that's very practical. Lubov, one of the exercises that helped me is to look back and evaluate and see how much has been done already. Sometimes we lose focus, and sometimes it's helpful to me to make a list on the paper or make a small diagram, and it visualizes how much has already been done, what values we've been doing that for. It's absolutely very important. Yulia, I think it's very important now to be able to listen and hear and listen, to be open to other people's experience, unbiased, completely open and helpful to the person who is speaking. Yes, and do the blood work to check your ferritin. Yes, that's the first thing I'm doing today when I leave this event. Be yourselves. That's my advice. That's point blank. That's what makes you a happy person, first of all, and second of all, it inspires others. It's a powerful story in all social roles. We must still remain ourselves. Thank you for being genuine. We have one question to take from the audience. I can see somebody raised their hand. Please speak into the microphone. Hello, everyone. My name is Roxana. I work at an international research organization called REACH. Thank you for sharing your experiences. I was wondering, each of you mentioned the programs at your respective companies, and it's very interesting and sounds like a utopia if all members of the team are supportive of the general direction. But what if your team includes people who are not supportive of diversity, equality, or understand it in a completely different way, and they're vocal about it, or that is undermining their loyalty partly? How do you work with that? Because, of course, you cannot fire a person at once just for having a different point of view that is different from the official line and opinion. Well, it depends, of course, on the situation, but generally you cannot fire a person just like that. So what do you do? How do you handle those cases? Yes, let me say we have a philosophy. 3 years ago, we did an audit of physical barrierless access with our ambassadors, with the people who were sharing our values and audit. We were researching our working environment, and our takeaway was barrierless access is built not as a revolution but as an evolution. We have to be respectful of the opinion of any person. If they are not within our values, yet we will create an environment for them to be interested and to arrive at that mindset eventually.
Because inclusion is an evolution. Nothing's going to happen overnight. You cannot expect everyone to be diverse and respect each other. This is, it takes all kinds of people for this world. Ola, my example perhaps is not exactly to reflect on the context of your question. When we implemented a minute of silence in our company, there was one venerable man who said it to us. We wouldn't have ever fired or dismissed this man. So he cited 3 pseudo arguments, and I think it's necessary to articulate them. The first, the minute of silence is forever. We are never going to roll it back. Argument 2 he cited is that this is a formality, and after a while people will also treat it formally because it will run every day. And point 3 he made the most important bit. Let me frame it properly. Is that it immediately evokes a lot of negativity at the beginning of the day because it's about death. And I was so grateful to this man. He made me so angry, just maddened me at the time, but still our minute of silence now is positive in inverted commas. Because we didn't want to train people saying like to them, stop, honor, think about those who have died. But it took us a long time to think of and framing it in such a way that people wouldn't treat it negatively. So this man was a point of growth for us rather than a negative point. Such people highlight what we lack because we simmer in our own bowl, and the stuff that we added in the end, saying thank you very much, enjoying this culture of gratitude And we got a whole barrage of positive responses when people said, thank you very much indeed. But for that man, we put up probably short wide of the mark. But you see, we are all very different. But let's make a footnote. When it goes about discrimination cases, but not necessarily about feedback, a different set of rules has to be applied because both orders communicated with the people who did not violate other people's rights, but they simply spoke about putting some things in question. And the first bit of advice is, of course, to be proactive, try to approach people differently. I also had an experience when we advocated for the first gender policy, because people like saying in Ukraine there is no gender inequality in Ukraine. We also have a lot of matriarchy in place in Ukraine. And you had to cite some figures to show that there is no equality. Some people had to be argued in favor of making them understand that your businesses will grow. And gender equality is also about your interests because it's also about giving more time for childcare, for example. So it's adapting to different people. But secondly, in our ethics codes, we need to ensure different safeguards to protect people from discrimination and ensure zero tolerance for negativity. So thank you much indeed. We're speaking about systems, but we wrap it up by saying love and cohesion and by the necessity to unite around common values. We also thank Jana and our panelists for their practical insights and examples of responsible leadership and motivation to go and pass ferritin tests. I've just done it myself, and I recommend that you do it yourselves. All right. Now we are on to the next section. Your questions may be posed during our networking session, lunch, and coffee breaks. Our lunch will begin after the next panel discussion, and this panel discussion is definitely worth your while. At the time when the second Ukrainian shares their opinions on Facebook and every third TikTok feed speaks about astrology, critical thinking is not just a means of survival. So thinking critically is the title of our today's discussion, how to overcome stereotypes and see reality through facts. It's about how not to be inundated in information noise and how to be able to learn to see the world it is, but not the way they will sell it to us. So it is moderated by a representative of InScience company, and we're going to have Petro Chernomorets, Candidate of Biological Sciences, expert in mental health, education, and systemic thinking, co-founder and head of methodology at Zminotvorci, lecturer at KMBS, lecturer and consultant methodologist at the Maiputnya School. Anna, please, the moderator, mind your time. Olena Kompanets, astrophysicist, researcher of the main astronomical observatory, the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Give it up to her, please. And Ilya Bachurin, social psychologist, mental health consultant, and trainer. So let the stars collide and have an inspirational conversation. Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that at InScience we pursue two approaches. One of them is to make sure that people's health is strong. It's a great thing for me to moderate this discussion about critical thinking. I would also like to throw a question onto our audience. Which ones of you think that you do think critically? Raise your hands. It's the prevalent majority. Great. And can you please tell me if you've ever had a situation when you were scrolling the news feed, you can see a video like with a wow effect, bombastic, and then you begin to send it over to your friends, mom, colleagues, and then you look back onto it, you begin to look through it again, the description of that, and you see that this is an AI, it's a fact, but it's already got a viral effect. So many have had this experience. Cat videos, for example. Yeah, videos where cats protect children or kangaroos protect children. Yeah, that's true. Rabbits, etc. So we understand that basically we are the humans who we think we are critically thinking, but points may occur when something goes missing. And today we will try to look into how this happens, why this happens. My first question is a baseline to set the foundation of understanding what critical thinking is. I will be very much appreciative if, from the background of your disciplines, you give different definitions of critical thinking. Rational thinking and critically thinking people, are they the same? Is there a distinction? Let's begin with you. I think the definition is already in itself. Crane is a European word which means to sieve through. So for me, from the standpoint of the social psychology, critical thinking is about triaging, sieving things through, relevant from irrelevant, truth from lies, useful from harmful things. So within the framework of these tasks, there are a variety of approaches that we have collected along the same line, critical thinking as a tool to implement. I think there is a distinction between these two things, I mean rational thinking, which features emotions, work on uncertainty, surprising as it may be, the work on emotional aspects, work on the context, lack of definitiveness. It's not always about critical thinking, because critical thinking also needs to add on social and emotional dimensions, and then it will enable you to think rationally in the broadest terms, in a helpful way within the framework of different tasks that we need to tackle. This is my understanding of these two constructions. Thank you very much for this fantastic metaphor. I instead will give you an example which I have based on Star Trek TV series. There's a race of Vulcanians, the race which feels no emotions whatsoever. Spock, of course, is an exception to that. So for them, they have always served an example of rationality. The race which discards emotions when taking decisions. So for me, that's exactly my image of rationality. Whereas critical thinking is an ability of an individual to analyze the information, to check it for facts, verify whether it is reliable, whether it can be trusted, or maybe it's an information input. So I think all of us, in order to maintain our mental health in this world and not to be deceived or misled, we have to combine critical thinking to be able to analyze the information we get, but also keep being rational so as when we analyze this information, our emotions will not overwhelm us, and we can understand whether this information is reliable and can be trusted. Okay, thank you. Petro, I was thinking to answer in a very different way, but now I have thought of a story. Once I was in an interview, a job interview, a girl was coming to our school, the school of the future, and when I questioned her about her interests in life and hobbies, she said, I'm keen on critical thinking and critical analysis. I said to her, so can you give me an example so I can understand? And she said, for example, I was interested in the American space landing on the moon, and I analyzed and researched into this topic. So what did you decide as to that? I said, most likely they never landed. This is the first point to make. And the second point to make, when I was a master of biology, for a while, I was very skeptical about vaccinations, and here is why. Because for a certain stretch in my life, I had had a great number of different arguments against vaccination, but the people in my surrounding who would be pro-vaccination were very scarce. Those were just emotional screams. Concern factors, they also enter into play, come into play. All right, there was moon landing was there, and vaccination is a useful thing. We don't want to leave this gray area. This is how fakes come into being. You see, you've just mentioned Mars landing. Yeah, Mars landing never happened. I'm sorry for making this mistake. No, Petro, when you was talking about it, I got myself thinking, I come from a journalism background, and I've seen that people who are into communications think that if you verify information in 3 English language sources, it's enough. It suffices for them to say and conclude that the information is reliable. Not even 5 or 10 sources of information, or only 3 will do. But in fact, we're talking about the quality of the things you consume, watch, and what original sources you check and verify. My second question will probably target Petro mostly. Some say that our brain is lazy, but not lazy in a sense that it's slow working, but in a sense that it will always opt for the um, most convenient ways to process information when taking decisions. So, can it be that due to this peculiarity of the brain, we may be gullible? And can it stand in our way of critical thinking? How does that work from the standpoint of neurobiology? I dislike it very much when we begin to argue about evolutionary processes, basing it on human understanding, because laziness is moral aspect of talking about things, keeping perspective on things in life. But what we can argue is that our brain truly tends to be lazy. No, it works differently. The main task for our neurosystem, even if we look at a hydra with a super basic at the level of our instincts, but that's not what we are concerned with. But the neurosystem that we engage in thinking started back in the day when we began to think of regularities and then discarding all of the things that don't fit in this picture of regularities. Because we're not capable of making sure that all of the information that pours on us to be perceived and processed, because the speed that comes to all of these sensory perceptions system is about 100 megabit per second. Along with that, our cognitive processes can only perceive that at 10 bits per second. So the distinction is 10 million times. So we have to triage this information, and the brain looks for the easiest pathways. As a result, from my perspective, rational decisions and emotional decisions, both are wrong, because an emotional decision, it's an impulse fed one. You can see a bright emotion and you act on it. As opposed to that, a rational decision, the only criterion for decision taking for us is always an emotion. Without emotions, our psyche cannot function. This is the only criterion for it. Just like for AI, the criterion is whether it's right or wrong. For us, it's a couple dozen emotions that we operate. It means that what we call a kind of a rational decision means that we used to have a particular emotion. We concluded something on the basis of those emotions, and on the basis of those conclusions, we make decisions. So we suppress the emotion here and now for the sake of a particular emotion that hails from the past. But in both cases, we we oppress different things, and we go for stupid things. So when we begin to be cognizant of our emotions and the needs that underpin that, why I want to do something here and now, or think about something here and now, as opposed to this rational component to realize why I think like this, what needs and emotions from my previous background induce me to think like this, along these lines. So the most optimum way is to make such a solution and find something that will help me to meet both types of needs. Thank you very much for telling us about it, because when we speak about critical thinking, it seems to us to be something outside. I see a thought, an idea, I have to engage my critical thinking to analyze that, to find a source, where it comes from. But you say that we have to be attentive both inside and outside, analyzing what and why I am experiencing, feeling, because this is the only criterion. Somehow we want to believe it, or we are unwilling to believe it. We need to understand why this emotion comes. Great. Ilya, maybe you can also add something to it because you work a lot on emotions. Where do emotions come to support us? Where do they encourage us to and spur us into action of stupid decision taking? I agree with Ilya. The end game for any perceived perceptions in any engagement, of course, it's our needs to support our survival, adaptation. And the first network here are emotions. They drive us. There are lots of approaches undertaken, different ways of how define these emotions. What can be said about how this functions as a system? If you are interested, you could delve deeper into Paul Ekman's formula and model, which has to do with the fact that all people on this planet, nearly all people, the trend is that there are some basic emotions and people tend to express them in the same way facially. All of the nations in the world. He traversed the whole globe, and based on his study, they formulated the film, The Theory of Lies. Is it true? Yes, 6 basic emotions with human beings are communicated identically. There are some culturally stipulated emotions, but there are some baselines. Thinking Inside Out, the cartoon, the majority of people express them very much the same. But this is now a dated and obsolete model. There are some more progressive and deeper ideas on the point. Banksep, for example, and his social neurobiological model. He speaks there in systems, the system of game, hits, exploration, interest, systems. Therefore, it's great to know. And slowly but surely it becomes part of your thinking because you begin to regard your needs and the optimal ways to meet them. And in the final count, your neural system learns to optimize different pathways. Sometimes it optimizes way too much, over the top, sometimes to a lesser degree. The only thing to add at this point, but for your emotions, or if your emotions were in your control, you wouldn't be able to choose between two yogurts. I've seen 2 people with disorders. When people fail to understand their own emotions, they ask ChatGPT for the yogurt to buy because in the final count, this has to do something with their inner needs.
Інструмент, який обслуговує.
Critical thinking is mostly the instrument that services these points of contact and decision making. Same question to Olena. I had to specify Olena is the coordinator of Science Kids, the lectorium on science and research for children. She hosts meetings between the children and the scientists. Sometimes the meetings are emotional, and the goal of that space is to educate the generation of children who discover the world through science and based on science. So tell us about your experience. Well, first of all, we have our own YouTube channel where we post our lectures. Please go follow, go subscribe. Generally, our purpose is not only to teach critical thinking, develop critical thinking, but also to demonstrate to kids how interesting science is. Did you know that whales used to have 4 legs? This is something, that's an idea we ask our children and promote critical thinking. Then we kind of try to hook their curiosity and the attention of our participants, of the children, and we demonstrate with our own experience that it's critical to do fact checking, to check the information we're using. That's why we share the sources of information at every slide, a link to an article if we are mentioning an article or such. That's how children start understanding that you have to fact check. You cannot just blindly believe something. And children also tell each other, well, one website said that the weight of this black hole was this, and or was the other source says that, and the NASA website gives a third piece of information. What should we trust? And we help them build the perception of expertise because in our society there's a distorted understanding of expertise and experts, as we see in the marathon of news on the TV. The same person can be commented as an expert on environmental sciences, atomic energy, and so on. And in our lectorium, bringing together the children and the presenters, the scientists, we teach children that an expert is a person with a narrow specific field. As an astrophysicist, I cannot comment on biology. I do not know how the brain works. I do know how the black holes are formed. This is how we, step by step, promote the development of critical thinking in children. The ability to analyze information, understand that everything has to be double checked, fact checked, and thanks to the participation of scientists from various disciplines, not only space science or space studies or astrophysics, we teach children to look at the same topic from various points of view, with different focal points, to perceive and analyze information. I hope I'm still within the schedule because I can go on and on. Yes, we would need a document with a link to the books that you recommended, the channels. We're talking about critical thinking, and I thought about magical thinking as well, as you were speaking. The magical thinking that is becoming increasingly prevalent, especially during wars, or disasters, catastrophes, when people go to fortune tellers, pay for natal charts. HR people sometimes choose employees to their team based on their zodiac sign. That becomes increasingly popular. A question to the three speakers: why does that happen? Why does that happen in the most challenging periods of time? What can be done with this? Should we do something with this? And if so, what? Let me start with astrology. Uh, my friends told me jokingly, if you are an astrologer, not an astrophysicist, you already own 3 apartments on Podil, in Podil neighborhood. Astrology, tarology, numerology, and God knows what is gaining traction, is gaining popularity, and it's very sad. First of all, because people are spending their hard-earned money, hoping that the planets will tell them what to do next. And we need to understand why does that not work anymore. That Mercury retrograde is not does not bear the fault for your problems. First of all, let's be mindful of the fact that all planets are from a different distance, and the constellations of your sign do not define your destiny because the stars are so far away. And people who have been listening to new so-called facts, they keep saying there's also quantum physics, there are mixed up particles, and information is transmitted immediately through between them. Yes, but for the particles to be mingled, they need to be brought to a wider distance, which would allow for information to be shared immediately. This could never have been done. Those that created us and the stars at the very same place, just because it took billions of years for the stars to produce elements that compose us, that are our parts of our composition. And in my personal opinion, I think that these pseudo-scientific fields and their popularity nowadays is because we have to filter out the information and the facts. On one hand, you need to get educated, listen to the lecture about Mercury retrograde, where that planet or celestial body is, how does it move. That requires effort. Meanwhile, it's much easier to say, oh, I'm having a bad day. That's not my fault. It's Mercury. This is how we, on one hand, we try to define how the world works because it's easier to believe in something magical. Yes, we can say, the science doesn't know everything. On the other hand, it's about shifting responsibility. And from the viewpoint of psychology, it's easier to explain, but I see it as the failure to take on responsibility for your own life. It's easier to say the planets are to blame, the stars are to blame, reptiloids, flat Earth, whatever. So this is a transferring responsibility for your own life from yourselves to some external objects. First of all, magical thinking is a stage of development, associative thinking, a stage of maturing of the psyche. In childhood, we don't see all the connections. We cannot connect all the dots. If we notice we do this, it will produce this sound, and we try to follow this associative, intuitive connection. But now we see that the magical thinking is a part of the system. We call it associative, non selective thinking. This is a tool to diminish ambiguity. We live in the world where we, as thinking creatures, we will never know the real world in all its manifestations. It's impossible. We need to interact with ambiguity, take decisions, don't get a functional freeze. We say that it's bad that people have magical thinking, that they go to fortune tellers, but it helps. It's a tool to choose between several options, to curb the existential anxiety. These are mindset issues, and it's important to understand where it becomes too much and where we could allow this tool to exist. Which of you has a bit of superstition, like your lucky sock for public speaking, or a lucky coin or something, like a thing that is protecting you? You know, many, maybe that comes from our grandmothers. Even if you think you're a very critically thinking person, you spilled the salt to the table and you automatically think this is a superstition that's going to work on you. That comes from the childhood. My idea is that it decreases ambiguity, and in analytically challenging situations, it's easier for us to roll back to the magical thinking. Plus, the charisma of speakers who promote that is important. All right. Okay, my first take. In ancient Greece, the psyche was considered to be located in the psyche, your soul. Where was it located in your body, like physically? Where was it contained? Based on what I know, in your heart. That's what they said. According to the ancient Greece, the brain was supposed to cool down your body. It was rational based on their experience because the heart, if you send a spike through somebody's heart and psyche goes away and the person's body goes cold, and when the person's heart and brain are damaged, then the body dies completely. So then their logic is that it's contained in the heart. Next, it could have led to a fever if your heart suffers. And during a fever, you subjectively have a physical feeling in your heart. This is what the ancient Greeks uh, used as a basis to say that the brain cools down the body and the heart heats it up. Now, about horoscope. There was a research in the US showing that certain zodiac signs kids show worse success, academic success at school. I don't remember what the horoscope looks like, but they started to study, and turned out that children who were born in September, October, and November, they come to school when they have barely had their birthday and turned 6. Those who were born in earlier months, they are almost 7 when they come to school. And a year of difference is critical at that age. So for the first several years of their school career, these younger kids already develop a learned incompetence, and that defines maybe their entire life. This correlates with zodiac signs completely, logically, and then all of a sudden, Libra and Virgo are bad at learning, and others are better. It's completely at random. I don't know about science and astrology. May I add here then is that the axis of Earth has a certain period of turning, 48,000 years, if I'm not mistaken. So you're not you don't have the zodiac sign you think you have, because the placement of the sun is also shifted. So if you think you're Libra, you're not. Everything has to be rethought. So sometimes the thinking points bring us to completely different summaries. So the ancient Greeks based their thought process on processing and observation. Maybe that exists. We are not interpreting them completely. When we're talking about evidence based, there's no such thing as, as a piece of information per se. It's based on observation, the statistical error, if it's within the mediana, the regularity, for example, with drug use or medical application use. For one person, this medical treatment will be one of the worst just because they were not part of the mediana, statistical mediana. Or for another person, for another case, the mediana way is one of the median way is the best in our research, but not the best generally. That's why I sometimes say the cult of saint evidence-based. Because if it's not evidence, not everything that is evidence-based is completely true. If it's under research, it's questionable. And my next thought is what Ilya mentioned about ambiguity. If we have any unsatisfied need or an acute emotion, we cannot tolerate it for eternity. We need either a solution that will satisfy this need or a thought or a solution that will make us think we have solved it, give us an illusion. So I need to have either a solution or an illusion of a solution. So if I don't have either, I don't have a solution and I don't have an idea of how to do it in the nearest future, I cannot tolerate the undecidedness. So the brain will be looking this solution in astrology, tarot, the evidence-based approach, and all the other ones would not seem good enough, even if they are scientifically justified. So I suggest that if you have a problem, you should search for a solution for that problem, and don't consider it correct immediately, but treat it as a hypothesis, as an idea to be checked, and a number of ideas have to be tried and tested. And based on my discussion with many scientists, I an academic. Um, I'm active in the academic circles. I'm not a scientist per se. I have a PhD, but I'm not a scientist. And the scientists say everything has to be justified and evidence-based. I do understand that uh, children and adults who come to me might are asking questions that do not allow evidence-based specific answers. So I just tell them there is no evidence-based response. Sorry, goodbye. And then they can go look for tarot card responses. And then I tell them, okay, this is a response I can share. There are other hypotheses that you can try and test if you want to. And I think this is the best solution because if we're talking about real life, we cannot live without response. We continue looking for them. If they don't receive response from scientists, then people will just move in a completely different direction. And our task, I think, is to give them hypotheses, non-speculative ideas, to bring them at least a little bit closer to reliable sources rather than non-reliable ones. Also, I'd like to add about searching for response. Another example that we've seen during the development of Science Kit Lectorium, we have participants, children, who have been visiting our lectorium for 6 months, a year, 3 years on a regular basis, online and offline, and they have learned to formulate, phrase their questions. For example, is the Earth truly the third in sequence planet away from the Sun? Or if they understand that there might not be a factual response, a precise response, they try to formulate their questions something like theoretically, hypothetically, if there is a parallel universe, could there be a parallel us over there? And we see in real time a generation being taught to ask specific and correct questions, and they understand immediately that it's either a theory to be proven or a hypothesis to be checked. And this is what they learn from the earliest ages, starting from 7, which are
Прокоментую ще те, що
Thank you very much indeed. Let me comment on what Petro has just said. For me, the value of scientists and academics, at least the ones that we work with, lies in the fact that they will never tell you, we know this precisely. This is a big rarity. Instead, they will say statistically, look, vaccinating is better not to be vaccinated because the percentage of those that die without vaccination is higher than those who get vaccinated. But for others, it doesn't work. It's a very important issue that you have raised, that there is this pool of unknown, and this is very well manipulated by those who have been manually treating people that suffer from cancerous diseases. They will say it works for 90% of people, it doesn't work for 10% of people, so you are included in the 10% of people and it fails for you. So what to do with that? If it's just a belief concerning whether I should go on holiday on September and August, I will go and I will try to check it out in tarot cards. You are welcome to believe in that or not, but if we take decisions which are essential for life about our health, for example, now during the war, we are called to take a lot of vital decisions. So we need to draw upon something evidence-based. So what are your thoughts on that? Let me start. This is my topic indeed. Because institutions, the way it strikes me, at a certain point began to lose in terms of communications. Let me show what I mean by that. Imagine someone who says, friends, hello, I'm an expert on health issues. I've been doing this for 10 years. There was a study which can be greatly helpful to you. You know, the level of ferrum is something that we need to maintain in our body. The higher it is, the more oxygen you will have in your body, and it will be conducive for health. So it's very, very good for girls, especially if your level of ferrum inside your body is high. But there was a study in the 1990s, And people are not mindful of that. And basically, what you have to do is to do the following thing according to the study. So you need to put some iron in the apples and leave it there for some time. And once you eat this apple, this iron will immediately, or ferrum will be immediately very well integrated into your body. So if you do it, you will feed your body not only with iron. So this is an evidence-based study saying that the apple will assimilate part of this iron, but a lot of more other unnecessary stuff. But it sounded so fascinating. So this is how myths are created. For example, yellow lighting reduces the level of depression in autumn. For example, I can create a myth like that, and gullible people will easily believe in that. And you can do it about anything. Any kind of a thing can be based on then, and internally, it will be uh, perceived as something logical. But so inside our institutions, we have to learn to communicate like these bloggers with those apples and nails. We need to seek for new tools to communicate information because we, in our expert environment, are used to thinking like, okay, I have some credentials. People will definitely trust me. No, it's never going to work like that. It's never been the case. Now, everyone is their own media, which transmits a whole lot of different messages, and people decide themselves what to believe in and what not, trusting themselves much more than people with scientific or academic credentials. So it's great that everyone gathered here deal with popularization, and we are forced to use different toolkit in order not to lose to these pseudo-scientists, to make sure that common sense people will definitely listen to those that communicate common sense to them, because there's a lot of mistrust in institutions like the WHO. People will probably say, do you believe in WHO? Probably so, but do you believe in the UN? It's a big issue right now. So we need to learn to make our communication in such a way that we do not lose to charlatans and quake doctors. All right, thank you. So now we are moving on to the third block of our issues. We still have some time on our hands. This is to do with recommendations and tips. In general terms, if someone needs to take a decision, what does a person have to consider to make sure that this decision is more or less rational and critical thinking is applied? Shall I start, please? My friend says to me, religion believes, so faith and belief can be attached to many things, but science knows. So when taking decisions, it's important for us to lean on knowledge, expertise, which is evidence-based, corroborated by science, and not be gullible. And the example with astrology and tarot cards, this is more to do with beliefs, ancient beliefs shaped back centuries ago when we didn't know how the world worked. And here you are offered choices, either to believe that this will exert its impact on you, or lean on the knowledge which proves that it's dysfunctional and start taking decisions on your own. So I'm quoting here only astrologists because that's something that I'm most faced with, and I always go by numerology and astrology. Thank you, Petro. I don't know a guaranteed way other than become an expert in all things. Yes, realistically speaking, because there are reasons to mistrust different institutions and very well-based ones. There are reasons not to trust opinion leaders. So apart from becoming an expert yourself, honestly, I don't know any other ways around it. Or seek the people who you can definitely trust. Be very cautious and wary of the actions and words of such people. Check and verify using the opinions of other opinion leaders. So there is no an easy way around it. I would join in the unison of voices. It's not easy. You can go by stages. You can get as close as you can. It's great to start at least by starting to check. It's a great thing that we have the internet. There is AI available. So If we compare one thing with another, go and verify original sources, it transforms us into people, common sense people, sensible people. So it's always great to start with something commonly known and then, in a very cheery, cautious way, begin to dig deeper. Listen to the voices that are recognized by venerable systems, institutions, organizations, experts, understanding that there is a halo effect and a particular expert will never be relevant in boxing, for example, if he's not a boxer. When you ask a psychologist whether or not Usyk will win, I mean, it's a stupid thing to say. So we need to divide this and also study by mistakes, because these common mistakes will also prompt to us where we can err, where the majority will err. It's like during shipbuilding when they had to understand where to put cannons, where to put balls for those cannons, how many cannons or balls would fit inside a particular ship, and there were certain calculations. Everything is very well described. So seek advice from the people who are better specialists than yourself in a particular realm. And in the final count, it's up to you to decide who to trust, because it's all down to your worldview, considering the community that you refer yourself to and what I believe in the final count, scientific facts, progress, or something different. So once again, it's a very personal thing. Let me add one more thing, because it appears to me very important, especially in relation to children. We have a global fundamental problem. Children pick up from parents, books, and they're guided by the idea that there is the Holy Scripture, and there are prophets in these Holy Scriptures, someone that communicates information to them, maybe more or less reliable. Once again, you compare these scriptures one to another. So something that we disastrously miss is the experiment. Something I think it would be great if we could engage it in schools. Where I work is a school environment. I think it's very important for us to ensure the things where we can ensure that instead of reading, let's go for experimentation. If we begin to experiment, we'll find ourselves in the situation of ancient Greeks. I think it's in a way a placebo, but right now we have way too many holy scriptures and way too few personal experiences that stand in favor of what these supposedly holy scriptures have to say. Do we have a couple of minutes for questions from the audience? So, do you have any questions, dear audience members? Raise your hand, please. I see one. How rational, to what extent is our decision when we stay in Ukraine, which has been at war since 2014? Are we critical thinking? Do we make well-informed decisions staying here in Ukraine? Well, look, I think at this point we immediately have to get back to the point that any rational thinking means that we need to weigh all of our needs and emotions concerning this particular decision. So there is a range of issues like security, assessing your own personal developmental prospects on the one hand, as opposed to your patriotism like unity, identity, etc. It seems to me that the main point is that we must calculate the risks. But the main problem is that quite often we are blind with reference to some of our needs. And these needs and emotions have to be paid attention to. Like here and now, I have to choose between identity and security. And this choice, unfortunately, is irrelevant. Blimey. So we have to be rational and count in different aspects which relate to security. But ultimately, this is down to the level of security and my identity. So this is an emotional side of things. Let me follow up on this. I agree. This is irrational indeed. But I love Ukraine. I love my home. I come from Kherson region. My village is already destroyed. It's an active hostility area, but I still have my grandparents living there. And every single time during my holidays, I go there. My husband will say to me, "Where are you off to?" And I say, "Home." And he will say, "Take some tourniquets with you." I pick them up. I call the military personnel saying, "We're going home." And they say, "Well, look, if a drone flies, the main idea is to roll out of your car timely." And I say, "All right." And once when I was traveling with a volunteer, he said, "Look, if it hits us right now because the Russians were shelling this area, we'll die quickly because I have a dozen 100-liter gas balloons with me. So this is highly rational, but I still need it. So needs prevail over your rationality." Another bit to mention, in addition to identity, there are a couple more needs to consider. Avoiding uncertainty, for example. So when sometimes people are afraid of uncertainty even more than death. There's a lot of data on this point which we are collecting. And I think that the end point of where critical thinking is to be considered. So how, in other words, like what makes it irrelevant for you? Like you have different kinds of feelings, perceptions. You take the situation in one side of light, but very few will analyze all of these numbers. I have never seen it, how many people will tell you this is the table of cross-references which will enable you to understand whether to remain in Ukraine or not. Most of the time, people will be tired of doing this, but they will just toss a coin to the Einstein's method, indeed. They will just toss a coin in favor of a decision or against it. So if I stay here, what do I have to take into account? Where should I channel my efforts to make sure that this choice of mine will be conducive? So this very much services the scenarios that we build for ourselves. And if I stay here, how to serve and meet the needs which get frustrated here, like security ones. But if a person decides to leave Ukraine, they have to be rational about how they will work on their identity, lack of certainty once they leave Ukraine. Dear panelists, thank you very much for being here with us, for being sincere. But this was a kind of a discussion and a debate. If you have any questions, you're welcome to reach out to us. Yes, leave your likes and sign up to our channels. Daria, Chernomorets, Ilya Kompanets, and Ilya Bachurin, thank you very much indeed. Thanks indeed for this fantastic discussion. If you had any checks right now, and if you had to toss a coin, you would definitely see that there is a lovely lunch break awaiting you right now to make yourselves refreshed. And you're welcome to unite and roll two things into one. You will be able to also watch a documentary film, Vacancy Man, which was transmitted on public television Ukraine. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here at 14:20. Please make sure you're here bang on time. Be reminded that you are at the BAM event 2025.
Мене звати Віктор, я керівник проєктів громадської організації «Точка опора.UA». Я в певний момент часу опинився в точці, коли ти відчуваєш необхідність допомагати. В контексті вразливих груп я можу бути на своєму місці, я можу приносити користь. Я вирішив це робити, тому що для мене це важливо. Щоб світ був рівний і щоб кожен в цьому світі мав шанс бути своїм.
Життя без прийняття себе, порожнє, наче холст. Ну що, друже, поговоримо через фарби?
Як ти можеш підтримати самого себе всередині себе, якщо тобі всі навколо кажуть, що ти не такий?
Ти ж головне нікому не кажи, що ти лесбійка, бо це люди так негативно сприймають. В мене з 20-го року в шапці профіля з'явилась абревіатура ЛГБТ. І тато, як побачив, ти що, прибери, це відганяє людей, аби не відштовхувати потенційних роботодавців.
Коли я працював, це було спочатку менеджер по продажу, це було постійне цькування. І мені казали, не розповідай на роботі, хто ти, тому що тебе вигонять, ніхто не буде тримати такого, як ти, а тебе можуть взагалі побити. Хтось на тебе підписався в Інстаграмі з роботи, а ти зразу скрив від нього всі історії, всі публікації, щоб він не бачив, ким ти живеш, чим ти живеш, щоб не було ніяких питань, і ти постійно боїшся, що сказати, розказати про себе, і тобі це все дуже-дуже складно.
Люди обирають оцей шлях бути невидимими, не проявлятися, не бути тими, кими вони є, чи тими, ким вони хочуть бути, для того, щоб зберігти роботу, зберігти посаду і розвиватися саме в професійному, в робочому напрямку.
Ні, я не говорила. Що я лесбійка, я не говорила взагалі на цю тему. Вона була табуйована.
Найбільшим страхом для представників спільноти є аутинг. Це коли публічно без твого дозволу говорять про твою сексуальну орієнтацію. І після цього змінювалося відношення до них на робочому місці, з'являлися певні підколи. І навіть були випадки того, що людей звільняли через це, тому що нібито не такі цінності компанії.
Була ситуація, коли я вже працював баристою в кав'ярні. І це була дискримінація не тільки від гетеросексуальних людей, а від представників ЛГБТ-людей. 2 моїх керівника, 2 чоловіка, і вони були парою. Це була їх кав'ярня. І це почались домагання, це почались там тебе пожмякати, обійняти, ще якось. І я там кажу, мені це неприємно, не треба так робити. А там було, в смислі, ми не поняли, ми тобі тут зарплату там на 500 гривень більше зробили, а ти будеш тут права нам качати, що треба, що не треба.
У 2023 році наша організація провела дослідження про недискримінацію на робочому місці, в рамках якого ми провели глибинні інтерв'ю з 40 учасниками і учасницями. І ми виявили, що 37 з 40 не говорять про свою орієнтацію на робочому місці. І більшість з опитуваних обирають стратегію йти за гетеросексуала на робочому місці, тому що вони бояться, що до них зміниться відношення у колективі, керівництва.
Яка саме я в минулому собі не потрібна. Слабка, безхарактерна, амьоба. Безініціативна, сповнена страхів та самообмеження. Залежна від усього на світі. Ось яка. А потрібна, сонячна, усміхнена, справжня. Чорний – це ж про насилля в сім'ї, побиття, де я була завжди ще й живим свідком батьківських сварок, де я маленька, і адвокат, і суддя, і свідок. Коли ти хочеш провалитися скрізь землю. Це наче осколки скла в спину. Іголки в вуха. Це, в свою чергу, привело до раннього сексу. 10 років з сусідом, з яким ще й навчалась в одному класі. О, Господи. Звичайно, цей Сергій розповів всьому класу, який він молодець, та й не тільки класу. Коли в мене почалося перехідний період, розкриття сексуальності, все, я почала поводитись асексуально. Закривати, сутулитися, все, щоб на мене не звертали увагу. Особливо хлопці. Бо це небезпечно.
Найжахливіша була ситуація. Це коли мої однокласники, це був 7-8 клас, вони кожного дня чекали мене під домом, щоб побити. І це було не 2, 3, 4 людини, це до 10 людей було. І вони виставляли мої фотографії, де мене цькували, підписували якось, типу, з гомофобними фразами. А мені це скільки, 15 або 16 років було, це було дуже жахливо. Це було, ти розумієш, що ти завтра повинен іти і бачитись з цими людьми. І коли ти чекаєш підтримку від сім'ї, і її немає, ти вже знаходишся в пошуку себе, ти розумієш, якої ти орієнтації, що тебе приваблює, кого ти кохаєш, і ні від кого немає підтримки. Прийшло до того, що я потрапив в погану компанію. Мені хотілося просто забутись. Просто ось, не приймайте мене ось таким гарним, я буду ось таким поганим, але тільки подивіться на мене. Було навіть складно навіть з кимось познайомитись, тобто розказати щось про себе, сказати, як мене звати. Мені казали, в тебе є дівчина? Ні. О, тобі 18 років і в тебе немає дівчини. А я ж не можу сказати, в мене є хлопець, в принципі. Теж непогана ситуація.
Після закінчення вузу, це 2008, перед тим, як влаштуватися на роботу, я поїхала до Іриного брата в Запоріжжя і разом з їхньою компашкою там відпочивали на морі. А я там закохалася в дівчину. Відповідно, я в зошиті там понаписувала всякі, описала своє там бажання, все. І по приїзду, звичайно, мама знайшла цей зошит, звичайно, вона прочитала це. Вона майже нічого не відреагувала. От в нашій сім'ї була така звичка, робимо вигляд, що нічого не сталося. Сльози, тому що перед очима фотографія, де я маленька, і я тій маленькій, котрусі говорю, ти нереально крута, ти така сильна, смілива. Чесно, відверто. Саме за це тебе і поважають, люблять. Куди б ти не прийшла. Але головне, я тебе люблю, маленька. Ти найцінніше, що в мене є.
Мені було перший час дуже складно прийняти себе. Я чув тільки це неправильно, так не повинно бути, це ошибка природи, як це модно говорити серед гомофобів. Це треба до психолога, це треба те, і ти відчуваєш себе, що ти неправильний, що ти якийсь не такий, що ти хворий, і тобі терміново треба знайти собі дівчину, щоб всі ці думки вже в тебе не були в голові. 4 ці кольори для мене як мої думки. Шлях до прийняття себе, коли ти дивишся тільки, бачиш 4 кольори, а потім бац, а в тебе вже ціла купа, але їх перекриває думка суспільства або хтось із близьких. Тато мені казав, я би тобою пишався, якби ти займався спортом, пішов у бокс, тому що мій тато чемпіон України по боксу. Я тоді розповів, що мені подобається хлопець. І це були сльози, це було дзвонити всім, казати, в нас горе в сім'ї. А для мене це було незрозуміло. Я ж нікого не вбив, я просто кохаю хлопців. Я пішов жити до свого друга, і зі мною ніхто не спілкувався 1 день, 2 дні, 3, 4. І на 5-й день мені подзвонила мама, що я сумую, я давай зустрінемось і поговоримо.
Коли тато знову, заміжжя, це все, я кажу, мені дівчата подобаються, я лесбійка. Це був взрив мозку для нього. Потім він кинув таку фразу, скільки вас там? Кажу, 10% у нас ЛГБТшні. А він каже, у наших друзів сімейних дочка наркоманка, а ти ось у мене така. В сім'ї не без уродів, Малювання – це звільнення від негативу, від депресії, від всього, що живе всередині. Воно рятує. Іноді поставиш музику на повторі, і вона раз 100 грає, поки ти не завершиш малюнок.
Коли вже пройшов деякий час, мати мене прийняла, в нас з нею взагалі ще супер відносини. І вона мені казала, що вона найбільше боялася, щоб ніхто не причинив мені біль. Вона мені казала, не дай Боже, батя узнає, він від тебе відмовиться, це буде хана, він не повинен це знати. Я їй кажу, а я от зараз візьму і йому розповім все. І вона не вздумай, не треба. І я йому пишу ось такий великий текст, що папа, це від тебе всі скривали, але я тобі скажу, як є, що я гей. І він мені написав, сину, мені головне, щоб ти був щасливий. Це твій вибір. Мене тоді просто розірвало.
Мами не стало, сім'я розсипалась. Можна сказати, що вона померла в мене на руках. Вона благала вколоти їй інсулін. Допомогти звільнитися від мук. Але десь у 20 чимось в мене закралась така фраза в голові. Мама помре, і я стану вільною. Вона жорстока, але це правда. Один із моїх улюблених кольорів. Сила, самодостатність, незалежність. Після маминої смерті я починаю ходити на всякі бізнес-сніданки, жіночі кола спілкування. І так формую собі оточення моєї мрії.
Якщо у людини достатньо внутрішнього ресурсу і сил проламувати ці стіни і йти в тому напрямку, в якому вона хоче, це сильна позиція, І це вибір себе в першу чергу. І вона з психічної точки зору здорова, тому що ми маємо обирати себе.
Тепер додаємо душевної гармонії, якої завжди не вистачає. Обожнюю творчість. Мені здається, в такі моменти включається щось дитяче. Це свобода вираження. Жовтий – це те, що зараз. Надія, сподівання, натхнення. І відчуття «я собою пишаюсь». Тому що більше стало проявлятися, не боятися, йти на страх, іти там, де мені цікаво. Мужність, рішучість з обов'язковою власною точкою зору на все. Я в кожному слові та дії. Усвідомлення своєї цінності та унікальності. Власна багатогранність як інструмент для самореалізації та зміни свого життя та доль інших людей.
Зараз я дозволив сам собі проживати повністю емоцію. Якщо я хочу із якоїсь ситуації поридати, піти в загул, пити всю ніч, я візьму так і зроблю.
Ще раз?
Угу.
Давай ще раз.
Так само новий?
Да, так само дабл, давай.
Мені все життя казали, що таких, як я, ненавидять, не люблять, не розуміють, спілкуватись не будуть. І в той момент я слухав думку всіх, але тільки не свою. А потім я познайомився з музикою рейв, техновечірок. Це був прям ковток свіжого повітря. Я почув, і я думаю, я хочу робити щось таке, тому що це моя тема. Друзям, які зараз в мене, вони теж, типу, ми тебе підтримуємо, хочеш у нас, типу, в закладі пограєш свій сет. Я думаю, боже, ну прям вау, це все зі мною зараз відбувається.
Угу, отлично. Слухаємо.
Це мій шлях, він наче полотно, те, що не розуміє соціум. Дивись у дзеркалі доросло, наче ти нове мистецтво.
Коли я вже відкритий гей, і я вже все це розповів всім, і за того, хто я є, я зараз і там, і тут, і там, і тут, і я думаю, боже, чому я все життя це скривав?
Нещодавно почула фразу «Мене минулої вже немає». Немає минулого ні стану, ні людей. Мені потрібна я справжня, якою була ще в 6 років. Смілива, безстрашна, рішуча.
Коли я почав сам для себе, мабуть, отримувати підтримку, яку я знайшов собі, мені захотілося її дати іншим людям. І тоді я пішов на танці і пішов виступати на танцювальних фестивалях.
Дивись, робимо. Раз, два, три, чотири, п'ять, шість, сім, вісім. Раз, два. Знизу вгору. Цик, цик. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два. Так, цик, цик. І коліно, дивись на оце, а ось це. Ага, цик, цик.
Кажи, я мистецтво. Кажи, я мистецтво.
Давай ще раз.
Після кожного танцювального фестивалю там давали слово. І мені було страшенно лячно, тому що я думав, зараз там будуть кричати «Фу, який кошмар!» І я на сцені кажу, що я хочу підтримати всіх людей, які знаходяться в пошуку себе, показуйте себе, робіть, творіть, кохайте, ви достойні кохання і всього найкращого. І весь зал як оплесками загрався, я просто стою, я думаю, так, я на правильному шляху, треба продовжувати.
Це мій шлях, він наче люди, що не розуміє соціум, дивись у дзеркалі просто, наче нове мистецтво. Кажи, я мистецтво. Кажи, я мистецтво.
Yes. Good.
Клас. Можна вже з цим танцем підкорювати сцену на наступний фестиваль.
Ой, куку.
Мама стала для мене пріоритетом. Вона нещодавно мені сказала, типу, я завжди, думала, що для тебе це таке баловство, що ти просто хочеш, щоб на тебе звернули увагу. Але я бачу, твоє життя зараз, як ти живеш, як ти вважаєш твою думку, те, що ти робиш, і якщо тобі від цього добре, то і мені добре. Просто знай, що я завжди з тобою і завжди тебе підтримую, тому я тобою пишаюсь. Тим, хто ти є зараз. Я просто це читаю, і я тоді так розридався, тому що в той момент воно все одно хочеться, як в дитинстві, щоб тебе обіймали і сказали, я тебе підтримую. Тому це було вау. І мамі я саме за це дуже вдячний.
Для людини важливо бути в оточенні своїх. Не в плані ідентичності, а тут в плані того, що ти відчуваєш себе в безпеці, ти відчуваєш, що тебе поважають, що тебе цінують, що ти, виконуючи свою роботу, відчуваєш свій зріст кар'єрний, експертний, і не маєш перебувати в певній постійній внутрішній напрузі, в яких, можливо, перебували наші герої перед тим, як зробити камін-аут. І відчули після цього певне полегшення і свободу.
Ти молодець.
Свобода після публічного камін-ауту. Це блаженство. Коли ти не називаєш кохану просто кохана людина, а ти говориш так, кохана жінка, кохана дівчина. Ти не присвоїш їй чоловіче ім'я. Боже, це нереально кайфово. Це про мужність бути собою. Насправді почало відбуватися те, про що я навіть не наважувалась мріяти.
Що ти хотіла цим сказати?
Ну, любов до життя.
Враховуючи досвід наших героїв Дем'яна і Каті, які після камін-ауту налагодили своє життя і знайшли роботу і колективи, в яких вони відчувають себе комфортно і більше не озираються, не бояться, відчувають себе безпечно. Вони зробили дуже важливий крок, в першу чергу для себе.
До нас приходила дівчина з хлопцем, і ми якось з ними ха-ха, хі-хі, познайомились, і вони кажуть, типу, та ми дизайнери. Я кажу, так я теж дизайнер. І вони кажуть, а в нас якраз хлопчик звільняється, не хочеш піти до нас працювати? І я ризикнув, звільнився, місяць просидів без грошей, і потім знайшов собі нову роботу, і мені треба вже було виходити, і вони мені пишуть, готов завтра виходити працювати? Типу, ти прийнятий. І я між двома ось цими йти на звичайну роботу і працювати з людьми, те, що мені подобається, або йти працювати дизайнером і працювати віддалено, як я зараз працюю. Ну, і я обрав дизайнером.
Після того, як я прийшла в Альянс Глобал, прийняла себе, був жіночий захід чи жіночий форум. І я знайомо побачила політкиню, і ми на курілці, я їй розповідаю, ось у мене така ситуація, моя майбутня керівниця підслухала це. Керівниця каже, слухай, я тут почула, що ти роботу шукаєш, а я якраз в пошуку самій помічниці.
Ми з Катериною знайомі більш давно до тієї зустрічі, і вона неодноразово приходила, підтримувала на різні заходи благодійні. І я знала про її освіту, бачила, що ця людина зможе.
В той же день я надіслала їй резюме, і буквально за тиждень-два я вже менеджер з регіонального розвитку.
Людина, яка пропрацьовує вигорання, емоційні стреси, тривожності, то її продуктивність на робочому місці набагато збільшується. Ну і відповідно це плюс для бізнесу, тому що людина більш продуктивно і компетентно виконує свою роботу. Тому в тому числі наша організація відкрила декілька років тому ще один напрям роботи щодо ментального здоров'я співробітників. Компанія може дати таку можливість своїм співробітникам чи на безоплатній основі, чи на якісь компенсаційні, це все залежить індивідуально, отримувати ці психологічні консультації. А далі людина робить вибір самостійно.
Я можу з впевненістю сказати, що це людина, на яку я можу покластися повністю, на всі 100%. Вона творча, вона нас заряджає на позитив, вона дає навіть самі якийсь відштовх, що не зважай на всіх, іди вперед, нічого не бійся. Це справді таке є.
Вона фактично моя права рука. Вона є секретарем цієї організації, вся інформація проходить виключно через неї. Тому все, що знаю я, все знає вона. Я взагалі навіть і думки не мав, що вона має іншу орієнтацію. Це мені розповіли люди. Якось так вони заходили здалеку, а що якщо так, якщо не так, я кажу, шановні. По-перше, є питання толерантності. А по-друге, я як менеджер очікую від людей роботи. І мене цікавить від того, наскільки професійно люди її виконують. А все інше не має значення.
Подумати про топ-10 з індексу корпоративної рівності, запросити ці бізнеси для того, щоб вони поділилися своєю експертизою.
Медіапрояви на платформах, окрім СММ, розсилки.
Можемо говорити з блогерами, як тими, які доносять якісь сенси, доносять меседжі.
І ми, і я за те, щоб не було дискримінації, щоб була інклюзивність і безбар'єрність на робочому місці. Саме тому ми прикладаємо дуже багато зусиль для того, щоб вибудовувати ці механізми, проводити освітні курси, проводити воркшопи, щоб політики, які пишуться компаніями, щоб вони не були номінальними, щоб вони враховували інтереси всіх вразливих груп, а не вибірково. Транслювати в першу чергу себе цьому світу, а не якусь свою проєкцію чи копію, чи маску, за якою ти ховаєшся. Якщо не робити цей вибір, то світ може і не побачити тебе.
Ми самі можемо створити себе за допомогою своєї мужності, рішучості і бажанню бути собою, приймати себе. Сонячна дівчинка. Я тобою пишаюсь.
Це вже ось я. Дивіться, яке життя многогранне, багатокольорове. І як в ньому прекрасно, супер. Я себе приймаю.
Любі друзі та подруги, шановні гості, за 5 хвилин ми готуємося продовжувати наш захід, форум союзників і союзниць БАМ 2025. І о 14:20 запрошуємо вас до глядацької зали. Ми потроху повертаємось.
Little by little, we are returning to the broadcast, to the hall after the lunch. You know pretty well what a responsible time this is for everyone to come back to their seats after such a inspiring networking. Let's keep soaking up the information that is streaming from the stage. For all of the participants and guests of Allies Forum, you will have a wonderful attraction, a nice thing to try. Getting your portrait created by a robot. As you step out of the room, you'll get your picture, your portrait, made by a robot and printed out. You can take it with you as you leave. I can see that our participants are ready. The moderator is ready as well. We are reviving a wonderful tradition to award the allies during our forum, which will happen at the end. A small spoiler. There's going to be an incredible surprise at the end of our event. You're going to feel it with every fiber of your being. Please be prepared. That's a sprinkle on our today's cake. Maybe you already heard some of the spoilers, and you are excited to see what happens. Maybe it's a complete surprise to you. A performance to wait for at the end of the forum. Okay, thank you for being on time. The next discussion is called The Power of Local Communities, How Regional LGBTQ plus activism influences social change. Last year, on the panel dedicated to activism, we discussed changes on national level. Now we're focusing our attention on local communities where activism often starts with several people but builds its power gradually. We will hear voices from Kharkiv, Lviv, and Zaporizhia. We'll speak of challenges and barriers to LGBTQ plus on a regional level, why local communities matter and how small victories change the community little by little. So I'm happy to invite the speakers of this panel. Yakov Lavrenets, co-organizer of Kharkiv Pride and co-chair of the NGO Kharkiv Women's Organization called Sphere. What a wonderful round of applause. Yana Dotsenko, co-founder and executive director of the queer feminist NGO called Bilkis. Kostya Andreev, member of the Gender Z Foundation, host of the YouTube show called Gay News. And the moderator of this conversation is wise, sharp-tongued blogger and psychologist Monroe. Dear friends, good afternoon, everyone. Please join the hall. The lunch is over. Please put everything away and we'll be waiting for you. I'm happy to see everyone. This is BAM number 6. I've been at 5 and I'm happy to see you here. Happy to greet you here. I feel like Natalia Sumska. Okay, an inside joke. Anyways, I wanted to, sparkle it up. We are talking about the power of local communities, how regional LGBTQ activism influences social change, and to warm ourselves up, a general question. Which barriers and challenges for LGBTQ plus activism in the regions you can see, you can name? Yash and I were asking, have heard the question, who are we cosplaying? Are we cosplaying at somebody from the Jetro conference? Who are we cosplaying? Any ideas? Ariana Grande and Linda. Serious conference, business, activism, media. Everyone. Alphaban and Linda, you are trendy. I've been to the premiere of the second movie, and it's full of in-depth meanings and senses. Let's get back to our discussion. Yes, what challenges, barriers are you facing right now? I can begin. We have double challenges because Kharkiv is located next to the front line. Many people are traumatized physically and psychologically. It's a very vulnerable community, and it's manifesting clearly. People are suffering from complex conditions, and that influences activism a lot. Also, in Kharkiv, as well as in Kyiv and Lviv, I don't know about Zaporizhia, we have homophobic, aggressive young men who are persecuting people, following them around, trying to get our events cancelled. And in Kharkiv, it's more difficult for people to manifest themselves, present themselves, because in Kyiv, an average gay guy lives in Podil, feels fine. In Kharkiv, such people are having a harder life. They don't have so many opportunities, they don't have such vibrant communities, but people still get together and they engage in activism. Thank you. Can I ask you about your experience? What's going on in Zaporizhia? I think that our key challenge is that we have unfortunately lost what our valiant activists have been working on for a decade. 2020, we hosted the first Zaporizhia Pride, and it was challenged by coronavirus. When the limitations were lifted, we hosted the Pride. We thought we'd take a year of vacation in 2022. We'd have the second Zaporizhia Pride. That didn't happen, obviously. We didn't know when would the next time be. Our big community, the center for people of various ages, many of them left Zaporizhia. Many of them are on the in hiding mode, and they are not displaying themselves, their gender and sexual identity. And I personally heard one of the most recent topics that I mentioned in my therapy with my therapist. It's painful to realize that the 10 years worth of work of myself and my colleagues is being thrown back. And this rollback, this throwback, will be felt even more strongly after the ending of the war, which will bring us back to 2009, 2010. We're forecasting when there will be attacks at community centers. It will be much more difficult for people to come out. And the challenge is to look this problem in the eye and keep your strength to continue moving, to continue working, because I see the people in my circle keep saying that they will not come back to activism because it's difficult to watch the results of the community's work to be lost, or double or triple resources are needed to rebuild that. These are the challenges of the years to come. We'll have to start almost from scratch. On the other hand, new people will come, they will be courageous, they will do everything, hopefully, to survive this situation with least loss possible. Thank you. That's made me a bit sad because I feel this exhaustion. On my own example, it's exhausting to explain the same thing to people on a year after year. And my audience, my followers are, the majority of them are heteronormative. But every year when there's a rally, when there's community manifestation, and I read the news about aggressive attacks against the community members, this affects me on a personal level, on an emotional level. I understand that during the war, the society, on one hand, is developing and improving at a brisk pace at certain spheres, but in social spheres, when it comes to minority, society becomes increasingly conservative, and it's painful to watch. First of all, the the members of the community leaving to live abroad, and you feel like you're being left alone. Although I saw you today, and I was so happy to see you. I'm not alone. Sometimes when I hear the question, is there a community? Is there a community to build a new community society based on equality and variety, where everyone can manifest themselves for what they are, regardless of gender, race, sex, or other characteristics? The sadness that I feel, I try to bring it to my therapist and work with it, and after that, face the people, face the audience with faith, with optimism, that there is hope, although this faith is dwindling, is fading away. And the question, where do I get the resource to continue working? There it is. These are the people, the community. If you're watching this online, if you're watching the broadcast and recording, please put a like or a dislike, whatever, just a reaction. Now, over to Lviv. What is the situation in Lviv? Could you go into more detail about Lviv Pride that you organized this year, still, against all odds? Lviv is an interesting city. I have to mention I'm not originally from Lviv region. I'm from Kharkiv region. I lived the majority of my life there, Kupiansk and then Kharkiv. And because of the war, my organization and myself relocated to Lviv. And starting from 2022, we call ourselves a Lviv-based organization because we are located in Lviv and we live in Lviv. What I noticed is, it seems common knowledge, but when you notice it on a professional life, that Lviv is a more religious, a more conservative city, which is another challenge. Because as I was growing up, I was not growing up in a religious community, society, environment. Over there in Lviv, it's difficult to avoid religion. My closest circle does not include very religious people, but many citizens that profess Christianity, for instance, for them the word gender, queer, LGBTQ plus feels scary to them. You can feel that, especially when you communicate with the municipalities, municipal authorities. I don't even know which city in Ukraine can boast, can brag about local authorities who are accepting the activism, who are supportive LGBTQ plus activities, community activities. Here we can feel intersectionality. We're talking about this and the challenge of counteraction from local authorities is coupled with religious mindset, which often includes homophobic instances, which is difficult to tackle because it manifests itself on all levels of life and it's an important part of local identity. Now, to Lviv Pride, as we call it, I have to say that our organization, Belkis, CSO, we, together with the feminist organization called Maisternia, we had an event in April that was supposed to coincide with the Lviv Pride in 2016. We tried to organize the Equality Festival. There was an attempt to organize it, but it was discontinued, cancelled due to the activities of conservative, aggressive young men. Now we've had a lot of negotiations with the police, with the local authorities, because they have been active in their in countering our work. But now I have become much better at negotiating
and everyone from my team who has participated in those negotiations, that communication. We can even do negotiations on intergovernmental level. I have a joke ready to be voiced, but I think I'll keep it to myself. Better keep it to myself. This was a small event. About 50 people from the community participate, and about 1,000 individuals, 1,000 law enforcement officers that were protecting us, and about 50 of our opponents that were trying to reach us, gain access to us, but to no avail. Next, that day and the days following that, there were no attacks, no violence. But as Yasha mentioned, Lviv, within the most recent year, saw a surge of conservative moods and conservative movements. Attacks have already happened against the Insight organization office in Lviv, which is part of the challenge, another challenge. I think this tendency will grow stronger, and we need to brainstorm to figure out what we are going to do with this, because there is a throwback, as you said, back to 2009, 2010, and this sounds really scary. Let me bring us back to the realities of right here, right now. Let's list our little victories, successful cases, successful events, even the growing number of subscribers on your YouTube channel. That's all very important for the support of the community, to keep the faith alive, that not everything is that bad. How did the structure of Kharkiv Pride change? It's a frontline city that is constantly under shells and attacks. I know that life goes on. I have a lot of people who I know who still live in Kharkiv. They don't leave. They don't move out. I know you are among them. Yes, I love Kharkiv. And in fact, you're right. We have certain victories, certain things that inspire us. Which is one of the reasons why my team and I are still out here, not in the psych ward. First of all, thanks to antidepressants, mental health support, and the power of the community. For me, a victory is the fact that because of the Kharkiv Pride happened in 2022, it wasn't cancelled even at times of a full-scale invasion. And we keep thinking, devising new, safer formats. When you live in Kharkiv, a missile reaches Kharkiv in 1 minute, an air bomb in 5 minutes, a Shahed takes it a bit longer. It's not an option for us as for Kyivans to go to the shelter and spend the night there. No, it doesn't make any sense. People do not go to shelters. People who live in Kharkiv balance between life and death. And those who stay in Kharkiv, they have accepted the fact that you can die at any given moment. And we're trying to balance between safety and threats and danger, between life and death, and I think we're quite successful at that. We organize festivals, but with shelters, with the opportunity to go to the shelters. We go rallies, but automobile rallies in a quick format. We fundraise for the armed forces of Ukraine. From the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we raised approximately 3 million, and most of this money was raised at our festivals that we organized and hosted. This inspires us when people, colleagues, activists from other cities, regardless of the danger, still come to Kharkiv, to our events as speakers, as participants. Some people just arrive for the networking, to hang out with the community. For me, this is a victory. I get inspired a lot when young activists come to us, approach us with suggestions of cooperation. And one of the most powerful communities in Ukraine the most closely knit that that was discontinued, and then we opened a new community center, was revived. Last weekend, we witnessed a drag queen festival at the platform of Pride Hub, and many people participated, which is inspiring. In any difficulties, just make the beginning of any pride as an emotional roller coaster. Right-wing radicals, extremist activists are pressuring you. They want to cancel your event, and nevertheless, regardless of all the threats and difficulties, your team and yourself power through this. And when your event takes place, finally, that is incomparable. That is incomparable. That is what keeps us going. People inspire me. Maybe not the figures or data, but the context of Zaporizhia. I don't know if you watch the TV marathon for the news. Sometimes you get to hear phrases like occupied Zaporizhia, occupied Zaporizhia region. And back in 2022, 23, 24, I've heard people being convinced that the entire region and the regional center are occupied. This phrase, the occupied Zaporizhia, makes people think that the entire region and the central city is fully controlled by the Russians. We are now informing people on a very simple level that the city of Zaporizhia is not occupied, first of all. Second of all, we have people who are waiting to reunite with Ukraine, and it motivates me to know something is going on in Ukraine thanks to Zaporizhia citizens. One of the successful stories is our work chat received a link that was Zaporizhia citizen headed the organization of LGBT military officers. Alexander is over there. So, a person from Zaporizhia, the Zaporizhian lobby, is paving their way in the activist community. And many of the activists were born and raised in Zaporizhia. It's a very motivating, inspiring story. I will speak on your behalf, Alexander. I think you'll be fine with that. You often mention that you are a person from Zaporizhia, and this motivates us. First of all, the fact that you remember your origin, and second of all, that you mention that in your interviews in foreign media. And we are present in the mass media, in YouTube, and the social networks. And for me, as the author of Gay News Channel, we thank our military personnel every time in each of our posts, and we thank them that we are able to continue to create content even during blackouts with echo flows. One of our most recent projects was sending books. This year saw something incredible in the publishing business. Many publishing houses, without prior agreement, have published very specific fiction stories, fiction books, novels, where the characters are LGBTQ people who are HIV positive. And we bought these books, and we sent them to 20 youth centers nationwide. And it was motivating that you are almost at the front line, but you have a resource to work for the good of the youth centers in the entire country. Or, for example, you make content. We are broadcasting from Zaporizhia, and the people keep commenting how surprised they are that how happy they are to hear that we are broadcasting our YouTube show from the resilient Zaporizhia. Now, if Monroe mentioned the likes, if you are watching any content created by LGBTQ activists, foundations, please don't be scared to leave your comments. We read all the comments. I do that like a true stalker. I look at the IDs, the accounts of the people who leave the comments in the good sense. I want to see what kind of people they are, what kind of families they have, what they do. Please keep commenting, liking with the cut of the funding this year, and with us looking for funding from donor organizations abroad. Every comment, every like, every little heart you leave under our posts is very supportive, and it is an absolute happiness for us to see. So keep supporting. So concerning the comments, I want to continue on that. We, as an organization, create content. We have a YouTube project called Dear Diary with video essays, and we post consistently on Instagram information content, awareness raising content, and more people subscribe, follow, leave comments. They say in their comments that this is a much needed content. It inspires people. They need this. It's a great match between us and them. And quite recently, we've had a project that we had to discontinue. We created a magazine, an actual paper magazine. It was named after our organization, Bilkis, and the topic was friendship and love between women, amongst women. We did this because we found it fun, and our audience allegedly also thought it was fun, but we didn't expect the feedback we had received, because we thought, what if the distribution becomes a problem? What if people are not interested? But in 3 to 4 days, about 300 copies were claimed. People were filling out the forms to receive the physical copies, the paper copies. They were asking for digital copies as well, and people were saying that they caught the vibe of the early 2000s. It was a queer, in a good sense. It was a queer, feminist vibe that Ukraine lacks right now, because when those paper magazines were popular back in Ukraine, few people spoke of these topics for general audience, for general public. Now there's a demand for nostalgic content generally, and we hit the spot. Nostalgia, queerness, feminism. So I also feel this community support. People are ready to join, to engage, to get involved, to share their feedback. And on one hand, everyone is exhausted, tired of the war and of their personal problems. But on the other hand, many people are ready to continue working or launch their projects if they hadn't done that before.
Thank you very much. I got some more standard questions, but I will leave them aside or for later if we have some time. I'm interested in your stories, and I suppose the audience members are most interested in that too. How did you end up being activists? Personal stories, they always enthuse people, they resonate with viewers, subscribers, or accidental people who will be watching this video. Who are you? Where do you come from? How did you end up being here? Because activism now, it's a trendy thing. So can you expand a little on your personal stories? How did you end up being an activist? What gave you a nudge? What gave me a nudge was being battered. In actual fact, let me give you some context. I come from a slightly different wing and ended up in LGBT activism. In 2014, I was just a teenager. There was a very active community of the national core. And it just so happened that I ran with those guys for a while, and I would do even some illegal things that now I oppose vehemently. But then when I came to realize that this was way too aggressive, homophobic, and it entails a lot of racism, I was swung in the opposite direction, and I began to take sides with the leftists, as they're called, with us. And once I came to a community center, which is why it's very important to maintain such spaces, because they socialize people, they nurture new generations of activists. And in Kharkiv in 2017, there was the very first activism campaign near the Palace of Marriage, and that campaign was disrupted, and for the first time ever, I was attacked. My face was cut and broken. I was still a minor, but back then I couldn't tell my mom why that had happened. I got so scared, but then I felt so angry, and I thought, I have been using so much resource, so many efforts went into that. And during the last days of the open call for the volunteering for Open Pride, I think it was in 2017, and since then, I have been an activist. Prior to that, I was just a participant, and I began to volunteer for Pride campaigns. This is how I became an activist. Then in Kharkiv, the first Kharkiv Pride was organized and held, and I was lucky to get engaged. I was a kind of an organizer, and this is how it went on from there. So, what made you realize that the ideology of the National Core wasn't your cup of tea, so to say, wasn't right up your way? Well, because the guys came up to me. Back then, my mom was a very famous volunteer in Kharkiv, and they said to me, if it hadn't been for your mother, then we would have battered you just as badly as the rest of the Roma people. So I thought to myself, is this the only thing that restrains them? Are these people ready to beat me up just because I'm slightly darker? Because I come from Roma community, and I thought there's definitely something wrong with those guys. What about your personal story? I went to university, and in my group, there was a boy who didn't hide his sexual orientation. While I was hiding mine, I realized that he was very brave, bold enough, daring. We began to socialize together. He brought me to the community center in Zaporizhia, where people played games, had some good time, and I began to frequent that place slowly but surely. Then they invited me to become a coordinator for this community center, which meant organizing different leisure activities for the regulars. Those were the best years of my life. I would probably never want to get back there again, because there were certain challenges, hardships. People were much younger than me. I was 24 back in the day. Some others were 18 to 17. It was important, but everybody knows about Billie Eilish, and I was the first one. Due to such boys, I would girl who Billie Eilish was. And I felt that I was younger than my actual age, because they would communicate all of those trends to me. We used to watch films with them because I considered myself an incredible cinephile that knew all things about movies, and I communicated it all to them. In many ways, they contributed to me. I was semi-open back in the day because I was working at that community center. We would go for different campaigns. In terms of journalism, because back in the day I worked for a local TV channel, and at one of the events, if I'm not mistaken, it was in 2019, we had the first open campaign in front of Zaporizhia Town Hall. It wasn't a pride campaign, but it was a flash mob going public the first time. Previously, people had come concealed. People would just let balloons up in the air. It wasn't very environmentally friendly. We were not mindful of that, but anyway, so this was the first open public campaign in front of the city hall. And at some point, I realized that something queer was taking place, and an explosion happened right next to me. For a few seconds, I couldn't make sense of it, but then I saw someone running behind someone. Police officers attacked a man, and then during the trial, this man knew about this campaign. He had come deliberately, and he had thrown that explosive device, and there I was afraid not so much for myself, but for the other people in my LGBT community. And I was much frustrated for my peers because we had already created a community around us back in the day of heterosexual people who were in support of us because they had been participants in our trainings. They realized that LGBT was okay. And once we had a woman bringing her little child with us to say that whoever my child will grow to be, this was her message, I will still acknowledge her, I will still accept her. And suddenly that happened, and I was afraid that this could turn a lot of people off. It didn't. And after I had suffered for a while, I had lost, I couldn't hear things, I'd lost my hearing. The attacker was fined 18,000 hryvnias. We managed to see that through because a policeman was also affected by that explosive. And the police officers went open and they said unless it had affected the police officer, they wouldn't have pursued this case, persecuted that attacker. But just because I was affected in that act, it enabled me to understand that I cannot remain closed. I have to go public and open about such things. And I still feel it. It's not embarrassment, but it's just a frustration that in favor of this campaign, where there were a lot of hetero people, those people unfortunately ran into danger because of us. We are in danger, but also people who were supportive of us were also in danger. So this disquiet also made me feel more active. And then I departed from the previous ideas of how to go about different campaigns in our community center. Now in Zaporizhia, I go open about my orientation, and I very much hope that our allies, girls and boys, men and women who are watching this stream understand that supporting LGBT, whether it's dangerous or not, but it's very important because when you see people supporting you, it's highly inspirational. Thank you. Yana, can we hear your personal story? Yes, of course. But let me give a brief comment on the previous intervention. Something that happened this year that surprised me vastly and inspired me. Not in my bubble, but in the usual internet space, I saw some spaces about the things that rightists, radicals, setting up their own campaign, shouting Heil. The people that never positioned themselves as allies, they contributed writing against them. I mean, the majority of people watching this. And I saw a sort of like a boom of, in the midst of the people who seem to be our allies. So this made me think about it, and it was inspirational. Reverting to my personal story, just to keep it brief, it seems to me that even in my school days, I began to speak about ideas of human rights and feminism. I was greatly helped by the internet because I used to live in a small town, in a regional center. I never had a concept or an idea in my head that we can engage in activism. That's a big, huge problem of small towns. It was back in 2014, 2015. Not much was taking place along these lines. And then I moved to a bigger town, and I met people who are into that. And I made a discovery for myself, and I realized that you may not just be a proponent of an idea, but you can do something with your own hands, be a creator. I was studying in Kharkov in the day in the philosophy department. And it seems like this is a space where ideas about human rights and all of this philosophy should be like a laboratory of ideas. But regrettably, this was between 2016 through 2020, and I don't think the situation has changed. People never spoke about gender equality or queer studios. When I spoke to my faculty members, they would look at me and say, "Here's Aristotle, read and enjoy it." And for me, it was a shock that in the 21st century, with internet access to bilingual literature and the like, still during philosophy classes, we speak about ideas which still remain important. And I am still interested in antiquity and Middle Ages, but come on, there are many more interesting ideas. And there were two electives that we could also take. And the majority of the faculty members were men, heterosexual men, and I began to engage in conversations about that with my peer group mate, and we began to organize different ideas because we were lacking. And this, I suppose, was one of the incentives when I got to see that the place, which from my perspective had to become a laboratory of knowledge, because where else but in the philosophy department? But there was nothing. There was a highly conservative environment prevailing with maybe some progressive ideas interspersing that. So this is how it all started in my university years, and then it spilled over when we graduated from that university. Thank you very much, friends. We still have 15 minutes left, and I suggest that we talk about the future of the regional LGBTQ plus movement. In psychology, there is a practice. It's not the worst case scenario or the worst case scenario, and the truth being somewhere down the middle. I don't belong to the people who will imagine the worst case scenarios. No, I simply made a suggestion. It's up to you to choose whatever you want. This is the space. By the way, question to the audience. If you guys, during our conversation, come up with questions, we'll have a Q&A session time. I'll try to be brief. At the beginning of the full-scale invasion, I would imagine myself that as soon as we win, as soon as the war is over in Kharkiv, there will be thousand-strong pride taking place across the whole city, and the city town hall will support, and Lady Gaga will go and sing for us. Now I am not under such illusions, but instead, you don't believe that Lady Gaga will sing to you? No, I don't think so. Then I will sing. And when I go to sing, everyone will stuff their ears. The greatest motivation for me at this point is that LGBT people should come back to Kharkiv, activists should come back to Kharkiv. I'd like this to see this happen in the future, and ever more people come to the Pride event in Kharkiv, just like Kharkiv residents in the past, and even this year when Kharkiv residents came to Kyiv for this Pride Month event. There were a lot of queer events, parties, lots of activism. People didn't just come for a weekend, but for the entire month to hang out. And I would like the same to happen in Kharkiv, not for people to go to Kyiv, but instead for people from Kharkiv, Lviv, and Odessa to come to Kharkiv, for people to engage in Pride, more businesses to support. And I want to believe that in the future, the town hall, the city authorities in my city will stop engaging in their corruption schemes, but instead will support the civil society and feminism and LGBTQ movement. Highly optimistic indeed. I started picturing this march in my mind. All right, I will stand on this platform too. Well, to begin with negative things and end up with positive things concerning the worst case scenario, it's the option, something that we don't have in right now, because you know that Zaporizhia is not occupied, but the front line is moving towards Zaporizhia relentlessly, and In winter, a lot of the remote areas in Zaporizhia will probably be shelled, just like it was happening years ago in Kharkiv, and this is the worst condition. We are picturing this all the time because we live in a situation which, regrettably, for the first time ever in many years or in several years, is becoming possible. But the good case scenario is that Zaporizhia Pride may take place within some 7 or 8 years. I don't know. It may sound neutral to you, but I think, suppose in one way or another, the war comes to an end. There are many different scenarios of how it will come to an end, and I think that Pride in my city may take place in some 7 or 8 years. And the gray area is a small share of people will come back to Zaporizhia and will utilize the opportunities of this region using funding, because we are getting funded by many programs which don't have to do much with LGBTQ movement. I would like to promote us because the situation is very deplorable, but by and large, the region stands good chances of recovery via many other extraneous projects. So it's possible that people will be coming back, establishing their own businesses, but please not coffee shops because there are way too many. Some of them are beginning to fall down. So hopefully these people will go for activism, maybe not from scratch. So this is an average case scenario. But if you embrace it, if you face it, if you look it straight in the eye, then it looks more or less stable to pursue it. However, unfortunately, some things will never come back. And I'm very happy that I came to terms with that 3 years on, because I realized some things will never come back, and I'm beginning to recover them from scratch. Yet, on a positive, cheery note, when I see people, different YouTube projects, which are all right now in circulation in Zaporizhia, I was in Zaporizhia, such a project. Back in 2010, immediately after I finished school, there was not much choice whether to leave Zaporizhia or not. You had to leave, point blank, if you wanted to pursue something. But instead, I remained. And now for me, it's not an acute issue. But the high school students who want to do something special, I see them still staying here in Zaporizhia despite all odds. They're getting used to whatever happens. People continue working hard and toiling away and sweating, and this is highly encouraging. Thank you very much.
It's hard to keep thinking of the future in amongst what we're living in today. I don't want to be pessimistic and end on a pessimistic note. Let me mention the dreams in two aspects, as I mentioned, as a person that was in the team of people who managed to convince the law enforcement and the local authorities to host the rally. Hopefully, in 5 years, it will take us 1 month instead of 3 to convince them. Hopefully, as time goes by, the local authorities, local self-government, all these local authorities will become more open to communication, cooperation. Maybe they can even be helpful, but that sounds pretty fantastic, as something very unrealistic. We keep dreaming and thinking of making the movement stronger, to see more young people, people in general, join the movement, become activists. We've talked about this today. I see the tendency that, luckily, people still join the femme movement, the queer movement. The regional communities will become stronger. Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Lviv, other regional cities with regional initiatives, organizations, representative offices, and maybe not to the extent that we'd like to see right here, right now, but little by little we will be building this movement that is changing our country for the better for us. Can I also spontaneously add, let's give a round of applause to all of the cities that have not been represented at this panel discussion today, but who continue working. We see you, we give you likes, we give you comments. starting from students who give small lectures on gender equality in village schools in smaller towns. This is so inspiring, so impressive. We are grateful. We are applauding you. You're still, and thank you as well. We have some time for questions from the audience members. Thank you for the panel discussion. My question is continuing the last thing you mentioned about small villages, small towns. I'm grateful about this discussion when we're talking about other cities and regions, not only Kyiv. I'm a trainer. My name is Irina. My job is to explain how Ukraine is moving towards the Euro integration. On one hand, we're going there. On the other hand, I agree with you, Monroe. The conservative communities and movements are manifesting themselves more proactively at times of war. Are there any communities or goals that are functioning on a hyper-local level? Because Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, Lviv are larger cities. What about, let's say, Korostin, Kremenchuk, Kamenets-Podilsky? Are there any resource at all, in any sense, to work there, or is it a more long-term goal? What should we and you do with this as allies? We are motivated very much when we see youth centers appear nationwide. In the good sense, they are just appearing here and there very frequently, very generously. Let's say our foreign partners invested into a hub called Youth Center. When I was 21, 20, something like that was unimaginable and unneeded. Most likely, what it was used for are the local concerts that people were made to visit. Now you can go there for content, for games, literature, music. Now we try to cooperate with the youth centers because young people are open, they're great, they're cool. They set the goal of changing Ukraine, and many of those young people might be in office as authorities. They are not yet rigid in their thinking as many of the government officials are. These youth centers have connections with authorities, agencies on the regional level, on the municipal level, and those are opinion leaders. And if several years ago we were looking for celebrities who could and would support LGBTQ plus people, we are grateful to all of those celebrities, but now we're switching over to young people who might not have that many subscribers, but they have certain influence online. So I think youth centers in communities, in Hromadas, LGBTQ plus people are everywhere, in villages and towns and cities. Not everywhere people have the resource and strength to come together and create community centers or organize pride rallies. But if you support them and inspire them, support them on our way. If 10 years ago somebody told me that there's going to be a pride in Kharkiv, I would laugh at their faces and tell them they were crazy. But now, during the war, 30 kilometers away from Kharkiv, the front line is moving constantly. Kharkiv still has an LGBTQ plus community and hosting prides. This is inspiring. This is capable of inspiring others. May I add briefly just a little bit of negativity, as a sprinkle of negativity over this entire narrative. When I work with youth centers, we talk about gender equality, this topic is more visible than LGBTQ plus rights. Because this topic is still very triggering to people, and they're not even ready to invite somebody to speak of it themselves. Even the feminism doesn't sound so scary over there. Uh, even there, it's better to phrase it and say gender equality, not feminism. When it comes to LGBTQ rights, the situation is worse. It's still not perceived well. But I agree with you that the youth centers are the platforms to come to talk to negotiate on collaboration. Adding to your story on LGBTQ plus problems is added in the context of gender equality or feminism, human rights. I remember 1998. I was suffering from gender dysphoria back then. I didn't even know what it was called, what it was. And in Kyiv, in Mariinsky Park, there was a festival of awareness raising for the communities about their problems. They didn't even call it HIV back then. They would say AIDS. And if you used if you discussed AIDS, you could couple that with discussing LGBTQ plus topics. Now I fully realize how horrible that was. It's a such a connection uh, for the concepts to bring together. So you could only speak of AIDS or HIV to mention LGBTQ plus and think of distributing condoms or mental health support, psychiatric support. That is sad on one hand. On the other hand, I watched a show recently, a modern one, a TV show. There was a lady, a blogger, 70 plus years, and she said, a transgender person is over here, and it felt so good to hear that because from her side, and it didn't sound bad. I won't name this show, but I remember how nicely it sounded. And the comments were about just a person with interesting appearance, and the comments were very adequate, better than from the younger participants of this same show. This was such a signal, a sign of a positive change, a progress, certain progress. Concerning the youth centers, 20 years ago, we would meet at nightclubs or parties, and that would involve alcohol usually. As one of my friends, a Zoomer, 22 years old, told me recently, Monroe, drinking excessively is not on vogue anymore. You know, board games are fashionable right now. A call to action from you. If you're not an LGBTQ organization, if you're in youth, if you work at youth centers or you have other resources, please reach out to LGBTQ organizations, invite them. Almost every large city has one or even several. By involving them, engaging them, you can move this toggle towards acceptance in society. This little this little thing is not here is here for a reason. You can put a spell, cast a spell on everyone online and offline. It was bought in Aurora for 49 hryvnias. Let's cast a spell, this magic stick, to promote inclusivity and equality. Wait, Glinda was not a magician. Did you watch the first movie? Well, we were not activists before. We learned how to be one, how to be ones. Can we switch this off? We cannot switch it off unless homophobia disappears. Right. Okay, spellcast is the spellcast. Any other questions out there? Yeah, thank you for the conversation. I can hear you're speaking from your experience based on your own path on your own story, what would you recommend to somebody who wants to join activism in their towns and cities, but who are in doubt? If you want to build your own organization, if there's something you could have told yourself, if you speaking to your younger self. Being in doubt is fine. It's normal. Reach out to people who inspire you. When I was little, I was an activist. I found out about the sphere in Kharkiv, about the Pride in Kyiv. I did the networking, talked to people. There are many online support projects, chats for like-minded people, which is much easier than it used to be 20 years ago, let's say. I call upon you to reach out to your local LGBTQ organizations. These people already have certain experience. They can teach you something. At such organizations, they organize the so-called activism schools. Kyiv Pride, for example, will soon be launching a school for people who want to join activism but are not sure what to start with. These projects are increasing in numbers. I encourage you to visit everyone and everything until you find the place that feels right to you. Launch initiatives that are aimed at 2, 3, 4 individuals. Back when we were getting together, 5 of us in 2009, 2010, when we would send balloons, different colored balloons, and run away to avoid any problems. And nothing would have happened. Maybe we can get back to those balloons, but now the situation is repeating itself. People still feel scared, but sending those balloons into the sky is the first step, which will help people proudly walk with a pride flag and not be scared. If there's a small space, a small room where you can show an LGBTQ themed movie to 3 to 5 people, that's already enough. It's important to see there are like-minded people, especially in small towns, even in large ones. Let's say Zaporizhia, we have been very equalized right now. Some communities experience drawbacks. Relatively small city, relatively small town, we are facing the same challenges. We, to some extent, have to start from scratch and we have to face those challenges and keep moving. It's important to look for like-minded people, for peers, especially on a regional level. In towns with almost no events, it's scary, difficult to be a trailblazer, a pioneer. At least look for a second person, a partner in your activism. This human synergy and support, feeling that somebody understands me and supports me at the level of my values and interests, that boosts your energy. If you're together, at least the two of you, you'll get somewhere, at least. Thank you. I agree. I support this message. Look for like-minded people, meet them, open up to them, talk to them, communicate online and offline, reach out. Only the power of the small steps and the support from other people can change something. If you don't have anyone like that at all and you feel completely alone, you can still show yourself, manifest your activity through Instagram, YouTube, and find the people who might support you. The only thing I'd like to recommend is ask yourselves why do you need that? What is your motivation? Jana Fortis, SEO, thank you for this panel discussion, and I would like to raise the safety and security issue. The source of danger can be located at school. When someone is on the path of self-identification, but they do not feel at peace, they do not feel safe at their school, that can be a huge problem, especially during puberty. So school as a safe space is very important, and school teachers as individuals who can provide this safety are very important as well. So my question is, does the LGBTQ plus movement understand how important it is to work with schools, with departments of education on the regional level, in the cities, towns, villages? This is a critically important work, training school teachers. It's very nice to have separate programs for LGBTQ people and allies, but what should be done with this entry point, the educational facility, the educational institution? That is is supposed to be the primary source of safety, apart from the family, for an LGBTQ plus person. Back in my time, 2015 to 2022, our organization hosted many trainings called the School of Tolerance. We worked with various professional groups. There were not many of them, but there were school teachers taking them. If an organization has a resource and has trainers who know how to work with school teachers, then the word of mouth works definitely. It was, first of all, we hosted those events, and first of all, this as an event for encouragement. You know how exhausted, how tired the school teachers are. You're smiling, you know what I'm talking about. And that was almost a vacation for them. That was a mental unloading for them. Bringing school teachers to a conference to train them is wonderful. They would walk around Zaporizhia in their free time. Unfortunately, it's impossible to organize this right now for safety, security reasons, but other organizations can repeat that. 20 school teachers can come to your training and bring another 60 if they like your event. So they would recommend it. For example, one school teacher talks to their colleague and they see how sparkly their eyes are after your event, after your training, and they will motivate them to do the same. So I encourage you to host these trainings. We taught an entire generation of teachers for teachers, therapists for therapists, trainings for law enforcement agencies. It's a bit more difficult to work with them, but also possible. You need to have an approach to them. But the advantage is that you help people relax. You give them community they see, sometimes for the first time, a person who is a lesbian or a non-binary person who looks like a living book of experience, sharing that experience. Hopefully, we can replicate and continue these activities, and other organizations repeat our experience and host that as well, because that changed the situation at schools very much.
It's pretty difficult to get to such events because we have some capacity to train teachers, train some heads, executives from school to tertiary schools, but unfortunately it's very difficult to get to such places because if in your region, in your locale, you don't have this mad or progressive teacher who's in favor of whatever kind of events of the kind, you are an LGBT organization, something that everyone shies away from. So I don't think that you have to write some kind of an official invitation to such a school, but there seems to, there should be a group of people that will be a driver. So in Kharkiv, when our education was offline, not online, as is the case now, in many schools and high schools, higher schools, we ran a lot of seminars for both students and faculty members. It's also easier to get into schools if you are a form tutor, psychologist by training, because their request was a criminal story, like my pupil is a lesbian or a gay, I don't know what to do. So they immediately approached us because they were sincerely interested, and then the rest followed. But the first request, and we still see such letters, people keep thanking us. I know, thank you very much. Now she was in the 7th grade, now she graduated from school. I supported her and I said, Masha, Katya, Oksana, you're okay. I will accept you whatever you are. So with the help of psychologists and form tutors, we can promote our ideas. There are some cases when people say there's something wrong with you, it's an illness. But this is how it's possible to get through to educational institutions. When they reached out to us as an LGBT organization, what to do. On the internet, there's a lot written, but we mistrust it. So friends, thanks a lot, Yana, Kostya, and Yakiv, for coming here today, and I thank you all for your time and attention. And we thank you, Monroe, for wonderful moderation. I gave you some space, and I said to myself, keep quiet. It was incredibly interesting for me to hear you. And to conclude this platform, now I see more optimism, although we started on a sad and on a dramatic note. But now I have this magic wand and some magic thinking under my belt, thinking like a child. So let's try and crack up this wall and see you at the next BAM. Kisses and hugs. Yakiv Lagdilets, Yana Dotsenko, Kostya Lavriv, and the brilliant Monroe. Let's give them a big hand. Ambassadors, that you are in favor of any kinds of events, especially the events in favor of equity, equality, and diversity. Thank you very much for the brilliant conclusion of this panel discussion. Please take a group photo on the stage and on the sideline of the show in order to have these fantastic mementos. This concerns not only the speakers of our today's panel discussions, but it relates to all of attendees of our today's events. Please go to our banner, draw your portraits, and carry on with our Forum of Allies 2025 BAM, Business Activism and Media, talking about these notions, and not only. Thanks a lot to you for being here with us. A couple more pictures to take. And once again, give them a big hand, this incredible panel discussion participants. Now be reminded that our forum is a space that unites people, initiatives, and businesses that change their respective communities. It's a platform where new ideas, partnerships, and opportunities come about. So today we would like to tell you about one of such opportunities. It's the Bloom program, aimed at supporting entrepreneurs in frontline areas. And Olesa Zaluska will tell us more about this consortium. Greetings, Ms. Olesa. Good afternoon. I understand that we are allies, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I using the right terminology? Allies. We also need your support at our consortium. We also have some local partners who understand how to communicate properly with different communities. Thank you very much for inviting us. The organization that we work with is Alliance Global. Yet, we will be happy to cooperate with you too, as well as other organizations whose representatives are in this hall. Maria is with me today. She is my peer, comes from my organization. If you have any questions, please reach out to her. We work in frontline areas. We are funded by the UK government, £10 million to be appropriated by the end of March. It's a very speedy program, and we very much hope for the extension of that. But now we are looking for those who are willing to become entrepreneurs, because our program in the first place is geared to those who have never had any prior experience or have very limited experience or have always been employed, have never been registered as a businessman, who are full of fears and concerns. We do not require any registrations because our target audience, the people that we work for, and households are the so-called vulnerable categories of the population. Therefore, we are seeking the ones that we can help. We are not focused on certain sectors. Yes, we are focused on agrarian business and farms, but ideas may come from any sectors like pottery making, media, or whatever. As I have said, we work with vulnerable cohorts, work via grants, and they range from $1,000 to $5,000 for self-employed people and those who are registered as a business, representatives of SMEs. Grants may range from $17,000 to $30,000. And we are planning to issue about 1,000 such small grants and 180 different grants to SMEs. Well, they have mentioned here word-of-the-mouth advertising, so this is the best form to make promotion. So think about the people who hypothetically might be interested in it. The key areas we are targeting: financial support rendering and training, focusing on veterans, teaching them business skills. There will be a course on business commerce, electronic commerce, as well as digital skills, legal services, and psychosocial support services. So once again, if you do know someone who might take advantage of this, I urge you to share this information with them. We are integrating JC and safe and inclusive programming in all of the components of our program. We give priority to people with heightened vulnerabilities. So these are IDPs, people with disabilities, single mothers, those who have children with disabilities, elderly people, LGBTQI+, Roma community representatives. So we are ready to cooperate with local partners that can disseminate information about our program and with whom we can carry on working. Also with our partners will be rolling out programs on reskilling, upskilling. At the end of my intervention, you will also have references to social media accounts. Please subscribe to them. And there you will be able to obtain much more information about these reskilling and upskilling programs that will become available in December. Our partners are IRC and R2P. They are in charge of protection and security architecture, delivering legal and psychosocial services. They identify risks and work with legislative amendments. We are multi-component, multifaceted, who work via digital networks and offline. Naturally, our goal is to reach out to those that require it most. So in communities, if you have any connections and proper understanding which of these communities are ready to disseminate our information, we'll also be very much appreciative for this collaboration with us. We are in favor of consistent inclusion and accountability. We conduct a diagnosis of market systems, and this diagnostics that we are running right now is to expose the mechanisms which can be market shaping and may help us not only via grants and training sessions, tackle and address the issues which are in place in some of the communities where we are operational. We also work with Dear Business. We will help you. We helped to set up Dear Business in Kharkiv and Dnipro. And our flagship project with Dear Business is adapting their account to the needs of the people with different disabilities. Some of their programs and trainings are going to be translated into different languages for greater accessibility. There will be an inclusive business map provided and a self-assessment tool for businesses to operate, and hopefully something that may also come in handy for you will be the toolkit that will become available as a result of this program. As I have mentioned, we also have a program to support with the help of grants from $1,000 to $5,000. If you follow this QR code, you will access more information, and the support will be channeled to procure the necessary means to run or to initiate your own business. Of course, it's not an exhaustive list. Therefore, request more information and clarify whether or not you suit the criteria listed. The regions Chernihiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Kherson, Mykolaiv, Sumy, Odessa, and Zaporizhia regions, and the criteria of evaluation is the social and financial vulnerability, compliance of your business ideas with the ideas of our program, how realistic your ideas is, and whether you are capable enough to carry out your ideas. Next program is to target SMEs, and financial assistance ranges from $17,000 to $30,000. This is more for resumption of activities, creation of jobs, and the acquisition of all of the necessary additional equipment and gear. In terms of criteria, once again, social and financial vulnerability, business ideas to grow your business, and a feasible plan to implement. Here, we formulated it for ourselves that this will be to target SMEs, which are socially or impact-oriented businesses, which are either helping some vulnerable groups of people have been set up by representatives of these vulnerable groups, providing different goods for the people that suffer from vulnerabilities, and operate in their local communities, not only by way of generating business, but also trying to contribute to good things within their host communities. That's it. Stay with us. These are our contact details. Maria and I are going to remain here. Maria is waving her hand, and we are ready to answer all of your questions. Thank you very much indeed. We are definitely your royal eyes. We don't know for sure how to cooperate. We are ready to learn. Thank you very much. The ambience here is great. Thank you, Lesa Zaluska, director of the consortium. And I think that during the networking, you will be able to answer as well as ask all of the necessary questions. So let me make a small announcement during our next panel discussion, which will feature an English language speaker. Please check out headphones, which are presented at the entrance to this hall, but please make sure you get them back as you leave today's hall. But the title of our next panel discussion is The Path to European Integration, Registered Partnerships as a Component of Democratic Development. In 2015, Ukraine, for the first time ever, began to speak publicly about legislative regulation of registered partnership. In 2023, a draft law 91/23 about the institution of registered partnership was registered, and last year at the same event in Asovsov, an MP spoke about the updated draft law, and then in November 2024 this document got registered in the Parliament of Ukraine, and in May 2025 the respective obligation was also made part of the establishment of the rule of law in our country. So what progress has been made since then, and the challenges in place? This is what is to be discussed during the follow-up panel discussion. Please do be reminded, if you need the devices for the interpretation, you're welcome to check out. We have a special stand enabled for that. Sadly, I have to inform that Maria Mezentseva was supposed to become a panelist during this panel discussion, and MP, due to some circumstances, is not joining us today, but she's passing her regards to all of you. And now let me introduce our speakers. Let us give ourselves a big round of applause while they are equipping the stage for us. Great. I hope that during the lunch you got refreshed, and after the previous panel discussion, you had a lot of food for thought. And after this panel discussion, there will be a coffee break in wait for you, for us to remain optimistic and just as energetic. So once again, we need your applause, because I'm just getting ready to announce the speakers of this discussion and the moderator. So please welcome you with your big applause. Ina Sovsun, Member of Parliament of Ukraine. Greetings. Oksana Guz, lawyer, expert on issues related to discrimination. Good afternoon. With us is also Alexander Demenko, a veteran and the chair of LGBTQ military personnel for equal rights. Asier Satilies Loseryaha, the chief of the Department on European Integration and Governance, Rule of Law and Civil Society, the EU delegation to Ukraine. Good afternoon. And to moderate this discussion, we are invited Yana Brensey, TV presenter, journalist, and blogger. We are ready to begin. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to see you here, see your involvement. All of you are so happy to engage in the conversation of registered partnership. It's a complicated topic due to the long and winding path that this initiative is still going through in the Parliament of Ukraine. I thank you for the presentation made. I simply would like us to make sure the point where exactly at the pathway of European integration that we are at with these registered partnerships. So first we had a draft law, it was supported, it was about registered partnerships, the Ministry of Defense supported it, and a number of other institutions stood in favor of it. We had a hope in 2023 that it would be voted, but in the Committee on Legal Issues, unfortunately, everything stopped. But our allies in the Parliament and CSOs are not so fast to give up, and they decided to take it along different lines. They got another draft law registered, and with different kinds of red tape, they managed to make sure it didn't end up in the legal issues policy committee, but instead in Euro integration policy committee. They made sure that it couldn't be skipped or pretend that this draft law wasn't there, but that an interesting strategy was opted for, which is called quiet communication. So most likely in the public domain, in media, non-profile media, you wouldn't have heard about this story. And it could appear that registered partnerships left all in the past, nothing is happening, but no, a lot is happening. It's just that the communication has been taking place with direct stakeholders, MPs, international partners, SCOs, NGOs, allies from different institutions.
That's why it's very important for us to keep practicing this quiet communication. So I'd be grateful if you don't mention the new draft bill in your social networks. This wonderful day has not yet come when you can come back to this topic loudly on a public forum, but the work is continuing. Please keep that in mind. I'd like to begin with you, Alexander. For 18 months while you were in captivity from Azovstal, the parliament has been combating for this draft law, around this draft law. After you were brought back from captivity, a new draft bill was registered. Now, for a year and a half, for almost a year, you have been in Ukraine, liberated from captivity, in recuperation, but the draft bill has not yet been approved. How do the military officers who continue to defend the country, what do they think about this? Thank you for the question. this panel discussion with such people. Greetings to everyone, by the way, is a big honor. It means a lot to me to be here with you today. Why is this important for the military personnel? Because yesterday you used to be a civilian person. Today you might, or tomorrow you might be a military one, and the human resource is not replenished quickly, at least. Let's be realistic. And every day, the community of LGBTQ plus military personnel is fighting for the rights that they cannot even enjoy and exercise. Many of the LGBTQ plus military personnel have partners, and the partners of these defenders cannot visit them at a hospital, cannot receive payments, governmental payments in case of the death of the defender, or properly visit the burial ceremonies. And the families of LGBTQ defenders do not accept them, and the connection is broken. And all the payments go over to the family that did not accept the partner. Communicate with our community that has around 700 military personnel, individuals, gay, lesbian, transgender, non-binary individuals. And in our communication, we keep saying that, we keep hearing that we'd like to get married, to get a registered partnership, to do what? For what? To what end? For the pay, for ceremonial, for financial reasons, in case of an injury, of a wound, to visit a person, to visit your partner at the hospital and be helpful. Unfortunately, we as partners cannot do that. We are not entitled to doing that, and this is a big pain of our society. And I'm grateful to Ms. Inna, Ms. Shulak, for initiating such important processes for the military officers. I went in depth concerning the registered partnerships in summer when we went to an advocacy tour to Sweden with a visit to Sweden and Germany. And I got so inspired by all this that I expressed and I felt and expressed a desire to join activism. And I liked it so much. The people were so empathetic, our European partners. I saw how it works in Europe. Guys can get married, can hold hands, girls as well. They're living their best lives, they're having fun and they're happy. While we just are killed during the war and we don't have these little joys of life that they can enjoy in theirs. So the community says we need civil partnerships, registered partnerships. This definition includes a wider scope of things and rights, but LGBTQI and military personnel, what we need, I have already voiced. You haven't been engaged since recently with your partner publicly, you and Artur. Hopefully you can get your relationship registered officially in the nearest future. Because now even the couples who managed to do this, they have to go through several levels of hell. Timur Levchuk and Zoran case, right, when they're undergoing the process of recognizing their registered partnership. Where is that case right now? Yes, especially in the context of Christian values. So help me God as I speak of this. The problem is that I prepared the case of them recognizing their relations, them being a household item together, for them to settle certain legislative aspects, legal aspects of their relationship. If they were a heterosexual couple, there would be no problems. For the court to recognize this case, we had to visit the cassation court, and they rejected this on the base of the fact that Ukrainian courts cannot establish a fact that is not legally existent in Ukraine. But in practice, we have a couple of people living together. They have rights and duties, and they have means. Honestly, we were so lucky that our case got to the hands of the female judge that recognized the actual fact of these two people who are in a relationship effectively. But we were unlucky that there are proactive organizations that are defending traditional values, although nobody can explain what those traditional values are. And in the case that involved two individuals, a third party appeared that sent a complaint to the Court of Appeal, and this court closed the case because they couldn't demonstrate which rights this case was violating. And this organization's rights were not violated in any way, shape, or form. They went to cassation court, to the next instance, the next level. They opened a case anew, and we are unfortunately writing complaints to counter their application. They have no reasons to open that precedent, which is a very unfortunate precedent. This country, Ukraine, does not have a perfectly functioning legislative branch of power. If they decide that same-sex relationship, if this case is not rejected, it would lead to certain people not being able to enjoy their civic rights. And this is interference into the sphere that they have no rights to interfere. I think the Ukrainians in the future, in the nearest future, I hope, will be studying this case and in disbelief, not actually believing that that was the case. You had to prove the fact of co-living, of being in a household through cassation courts, courts of appeal, that you had to yell and scream and prove something. Like now, when we're watching movies about slavery, we can't believe that something like that used to happen on a daily basis. Are we close to a situation when two people can register their relationships without any hellish tortures? Can you tell us a bit more about this draft bill? Because we are now amongst people who are stakeholders of this process. How did you manage to do what you did, and what's going on with this draft bill at the moment? About a month ago, when Oleg sent me an invitation to this event, I thought to myself, I should stop visiting and speaking about the importance of registered partnerships. It seems that it's high time, it's about time, how much more? But unfortunately, the progress is very slow. I cannot say that nothing has been done, nothing is going on, no success has been made, but it's much slower than I would like to see that, and the stakeholders would like to see that. According to this new draft bill, as Yana mentioned, we are not proactively communicating on this. I think you understand why. There are other organizations that might step up and say this is violating their rights, organizations with much more media resource and other resources than we enjoy. That's why we chose this quiet communication approach. So this second draft bill is, we need this to be analyzed, to be presented to a different committee, because with the previous one, there was zero chance to have this approved after one of the hearings. We have no leverage. The composition of that committee is unfortunate for us. Even in the best case scenario, it would be very difficult to have it heard and approved. And not the Euro Integration Committee, but the Humanitarian Committee, another committee. The committee that's called Humanitarian is responsible for the family code. And a large part, key part of the amendments to this draft bill is what pertains to the family code. The family code should include the notion of registered partnership, the definition of it, and what's more important compared to 9103, it doesn't include the rights that are guaranteed by the civil code. The most painful part is the right to heritage. Only the civil code regulates that, and we did not participate in, did not tackle the civil code because that would bring us to the previous committee. That would put us into a standstill. We couldn't keep working, keep cooperating with that committee. In the perfect scenario, this committee has to approve this draft bill, then next other draft bills have to be designed to support the implementation of this draft bill, and that would relate to other codes. This is a boring bureaucratic part of Verkhovna Rada's work. Now with the civil codes, the amendments need to be applied via separate draft bills. With the other documents are not applied, this has to be a separate draft bill. After 9103, this change has been made. Then after 9103, other draft bills for civil code, for tax code, and other codes have to undergo amendments to include this issue. So if this draft bill is approved in this hearing, it will still not guarantee the entire scope of rights that we would like to open up. This is a glass ceiling we have to overcome. Remember when we were voting, we were discussing the land market issue. I remember Lashko would bring handfuls of soil to Verkhovna Rada, to the parliament. The first draft bill about the land market didn't define the market, but we had to break this political glass ceiling. And then next, after the definition was given and the political tension was lifted, I think the same situation has to happen here with this draft bill. In this committee, please be very wise with how and with whom you communicate this, share this information. We potentially have votes, pro votes, in this committee. After it's approved at those hearings, it will be brought to the general session of the parliament. We did some other so-called magic to add this draft bill to the roadmap of integration of Ukraine into the European Union. As of now, to become an EU member, Ukraine needs to approve the law on registered partnerships. I will later probably write a biography, a memoir on how all this was happening. I was so happy when this happened, and then Hungary happened, and Hungary blocked the Ukraine's roadmap from the EU side, and now currently there is a tendency in the parliament that we are approving laws that are required by Ukraine Facility Plan because this defines the funding, and the integration plan to the EU is also existent in parallel, but it's not obligatory, it's not mandatory. There are no sanctions for non-compliance, so they're not insisting on that, so to speak. It's not only regards not only our draft law, a number of other draft laws are covered by this as well. There is a deadline in the third quarter of 2025. That was the deadline of approving this draft law. Thank you very much. We'll get back to the draft law. When you mentioned the roadmap, that draft law had to be approved by now, third quarter of 2025, Mr. Lusuriaga, the question is to you. What instruments, mechanisms, the EU will be ready to apply if Ukrainian parliament, keep ignoring the law on registered partnerships? That is part of the roadmap on the rule of law.
Thank you for the question. The roadmap, first of all, is a document that has been approved by the Ukrainian government, has been also approved by the parliament in this case. It mentions a number of priorities, deadlines, and commitments that Ukraine committed vis-à-vis the European integration process. We are monitoring it, but at the end of the day, is in Ukrainians' responsibility to implement the roadmap. The roadmap is included in the report related with the fundamentals screening. Is one of the opening benchmarks, yes, for starting the negotiations. The fundamentals is the cluster that we open first and is the cluster that we close the last. So the roadmap needs to be implemented in order to be able to open, and it needs to be there to be able also to close. In this regard, it will be part of our monitoring exercise that we do on yearly basis since 3 years' time ago. So the enlargement report is there. We already mentioned in the enlargement report that we will keep doing the monitoring, and we will keep informing about and reporting about the evolution in this regard. And we will do that because it's linked with basic values. I don't know if they are traditional or not, but for us are basic.
They are basic and fundamental, I think.
And fundamentals. And those values are linked, first of all, with human rights, but also in particular with the values related with non-discrimination. I think that the examples are here very clear. Is the other colleagues, or Alexander mentioned very clearly, is a matter of having access to inheritance, having access or equal access to inheritance, equal access to services in some cases, equal access to documentation, to be able to receive pensions, to be recognized also for the access to health in some cases. Equal access is one of the basic things or basic values that we have in the EU. Is the fight against discrimination is one of the obligations that are linked with the European Charter of Fundamental Rights. That is part of the Lisbon Treaty, and the Lisbon Treaty is also mentioning human rights, and again inside the anti-discrimination, the obligations related with discrimination. So they are maybe not traditional, but for us are foundational values. At least the value, or at least the non-discrimination, for sure it is there.
Просто щоб ми для себе тут
Just for ourselves to fix it here, so without committing and fulfilling this point on the roadmap, the successful completion of negotiations of Ukraine with the EU is impossible.
Impossible, but at the end of the day, the negotiations are negotiations also, right? But then part of the negotiations, even though we call that they are not negotiations, but at the end there is a component also negotiations. So I cannot say that is impossible, because many things happened in the past, and you never know. At the end of the day, for us in the Commission, and we are not, and I'm not here representing the Council, that is another part of the EU that is composed by the member states. But for the Commission, I think that now it's very clear. The message from the Commissioner Kos the other day was very clear. No matter if the screening report is approved or not, the roadmaps are there. They need to be fulfilled, and we are here to monitor and to keep an eye. I mean, if the roadmap is fulfilled at one point, even before the opening of the roadmap, I mean, even before the opening of the cluster, if everything is fulfilled and we in the commission analyze that and we certify that is fulfilled. And it might be the case that maybe hypothetically 1 week we open the negotiations, or maybe 2 weeks time, or 2 weeks later, or 1 week later, if everything is fulfilled, we close the negotiations. But it needs to be fulfilled, is there?
Так, ну тобто треба все одно
In other words, we have to fulfill, we have to deliver on all of the commitments, and understandably there is official bureaucracy, something which is called official negotiations, but we understand it very well that there is also an informal level of communication. Alexander, I know, and you have mentioned that you have recently been to Sweden, and you communicated with the Prime Minister of Sweden talking about our today's topic. What are your feelings? What's your take? Is there an impact that these informal negotiations and talks can exert on such topics, not only on registered partnerships? Yes, of course. Such informal communication with international partners enables us and them to understand what's happening in the field, how common people live with that, how they are struggling and coping with different things. And from my own background, I can tell you that quite a few of the politicians that we saw not only in Sweden but also in Germany, some things which we shared with them were an eye-opener, a revelation, was a vast surprise that there are such issues in place that we are faced with on a daily basis. So shaping this worldview, the Ukrainian worldview, communicating this to our international partners enables them to understand what to put pressure on during official conversations at the level of official communication with our Ukrainian officials. Well, clearly now our officials have a lot more things to deal with, in particular in the parliament. Ina, in the midst of all of that, what are the chances that this convocation of the parliament will get approved, will get this draft law approved? So this havoc which is taking place there, will it be in favor of voting in favor of this draft law or not? The proper answer is no one knows. The right answer is, under these circumstances that we find ourselves in this week and last week, making predictions for anything is just a fortune telling, it's just in vain. A lot of my fellow MPs communicated about what's going to happen. This was yesterday. I'm Tom Campbell, I'm no gambler. So people betted, and instead of gambling, I would just say, no, I'm not going to participate. But a lot is at stake right now. Yes, incredibly much. So the situation is so shaky and it's so uncertain, it's impossible to foresee anything. But let me put it this way. Our best chance to get this draft law approved is, of course, to get it connected to Euro integration. I'm for 100% sure. Without it, I don't see how else it can be promoted. Certainly, this is not the only way which is needed, just sitting and waiting and hoping that this will happen. Because it's not that Europeans need it, it's something that the Ukrainian citizens need. So it's critical to keep communicating about it publicly. Do not call the number of this draft law publicly. Just simply say that this is what's lacking, what needs to be done. Share the stories that Alexander has just recounted. Because we need societal support. If there is a lot of resistance and pushback, if our support declines all of a sudden, then clearly politicians will be fearful of getting it approved. Therefore, this information is also important. We need to work on it, but not just sit idle and wait for something to happen. Let me put it this way. I said about it last year, and I'm afraid I will have to repeat it, but in 2.5 years since the first draft law of the kind was registered, the situation in the Assembly Hall in the Parliament has changed. By and large, the MPs, they are not excited about it, but they feel like, well, probably one day we will have to have it approved. It's getting at us So somehow they say, well, there's no avoiding it. We have to shape a lot of other agendas and deal with a lot of other issues, so they're not enthusiastic about it. A lot of work is unstructured now in the parliament. But by and large, I would say the situation has changed. Particularly in line with the European integration, the chances are higher. But again, recently I was asked whether I believe if anything will happen. Believing is a poor strategy. You need not believe, but do something. Yes, registered partnerships is something that Ukraine needs, but not the European Union. So if you want to enter this club, but not an alternative one, then we have to deliver on all of the requirements, even if some are not at solidarity with different points. Istanbul's convention was also vehemently opposed to, because the Netherlands said at the end of the day that this is sorely needed to make sure that Ukraine will become a member for the EU membership. So, Mr. Osor, I have another question addressing you. Can countries with the most adequate position on this point, such as Sweden, Spain, the Netherlands again, bring forward a requirement to get registered partnerships approved as a national requirement in order to begin and conclude different cluster negotiations with Ukraine? Is there such a scenario in place?
Well, I'm sure that different countries that they have quite a progressive understanding of certain things, they will be there to support you. But at the end of the day, again, the civil registration or civil partnership is really a matter of equal treatment. So in that sense, it's not only a small number of countries is there. I mean, the equal treatment is included in our treaties again. I think that here, and linking it a little bit with the previous comment, the civil society in Ukraine has an important role to play. So usually when we talk about the civil society within the European Union, we are thinking about the typical, let's say, monitoring approach and controlling, etc. In Ukraine, it's a bit different. Civil society, you have been really engaged on law development, and usually I'm using the example sometimes that rather than being a watchdog, you are a sledge dog. So in this case, as it was previously mentioned, I mean, this is in the interest of Ukraine. I mean, the civil society should be a sledge dog in this case and really move it. And at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that you will move not only the Verkhovna Rada or the government towards this direction, because it will be approved at one point. I'm pretty sure that this one it will be approved. But it will depend on you also to be able to put it on the agenda, on the political agenda, and to make those that are maybe not very convinced, but that they know that they will have to approve it one day, for them to understand that it's not one day, that it should be as soon as possible.
Дякую вам. Ну, в громадянському
Thank you very much. In the civil society in Ukraine, there are no doubts about that because it's an extremely powerful force. But when talking about joining the EU, Ms. Oksana, Ida, I am speaking. I was surprised who was speaking. I was just about to say that the civil society is good, is all good, but churches also play a role in the civil society. And the organizations said that their rights were violated by recognizing the relations between Timur and Zoran. They are also an integral part of the civil society. So civil society is different and they have different motivations in this respect. Well, that part of the civil society say that their rights are violated, but the European Court of Human Rights has already stipulated that Ukraine is violating the European Convention of Human Rights by way of putting a squeeze on the other part of the society. So, Oksana, is the society changing? You as a legal practitioner, are you benefiting from that in any way? Well, it's definitely useful for us because courts are beginning to pay attention to the judgments issued by the European Court of Human Rights. They legalize that as their court practice. And in this context, it is important. But let me demonstrate and showcase another side of the picture, what Ina has just mentioned, because the churches are also part of the civil society. The interpretation of this judgment by our opponents, for example, they say that we, as a religious organization, are strong and cool because the European Court of Human Rights quotes us. The court quoted them and they stop at that. Although then the court goes on to say that, yes, we have seen your position, the church, but this shouldn't have place in a democratic society. Everyone should enjoy their rights because otherwise it's discrimination. But they fail to mention this. And those who listen to them as opinion leaders in their denominations or within their communities, they do not read on further down the line of these European Court on Human Rights judgments. They say that the European societies who represent the interests of traditional values shouldn't twist different statements. Of course, it's helpful in the court, but will it help you when you try to explain why you want to enforce your own right? Why? But in order to enjoy a particular right, it's not enough for you to go to the registry office and get your marriage registered or sign a contract on civil partnership, but instead you will have to go to a lawyer, find a lawyer who's not homophobic, spend a whole lot of your time to prove that my partner is my partner. Because you may have lived together 15 or 20 years, one of you will die, there is the last will and testament. We always say to them, make the last will. Of course, it can be appealed against, but spending nerves, energy, time, understanding that you will have to discuss who you sleep with, who you live with, all of this shouldn't be there. Everyone should enjoy their equal rights. But back in 2015 or 2016, there were changes introduced in our civil code. Gender orientation appeared as a notion, but in the midst of the parliaments, we don't have more gays or more lesbians. Why not? Because sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation is something that belongs to everyone. Your sexual orientation is not going to change just because someone will ensure and enforce their rights. You know, the organizations that you have alluded to, they're so fearful of that in their picture of the world, this is transmitted. And if you can turn a heterosexual person into a gay person, so why doesn't it happen the other way around? Because I grew up in the world where there were only heterosexual couples every step of the way, but some of my best friends are gay, and they're the same age as me, and they did not become heterosexual. And they watched the same TV series, and it didn't affect their sexuality. Now I have the same question to ask all of the panelists. What is one specific step, or maybe steps, to be taken by the government, civil society, international partners to move this draft law and give it some impetus? Let's start with Alexander. I'll be speaking about the military. Now, we live at the time the trust in the military and the importance of the military is so high because these are the people on whose shoulders rests the future of Ukraine. And now we are encouraging the LGBTQ military to become more conspicuous, more visible, and articulate the message. We are here. It's important for us because they used to think that there are no gays or lesbians in the army. Yes, we are there. I have been serving since 2019, but I went to the community officially after I came back from captivity. So with our own examples, we encourage other boys and girls to make coming outs. This is what concerns the civil society. As regards international partners, exert more pressure on our officials. Because in our advocacy, we frequently speak about the leverages that need to be moved to get this rock moving. And it works, realistically speaking. And another thing to mention concerning unofficial communication. First ladies' and gentlemen's communication is also a powerful thing in this respect, because I was in communication with the Prime Minister of Sweden. And what other element did you mention? I wanted you to speak from your perspective. You've spoken about your own perspective, an international thing. Now I would like to hear it from Ina at the level of the parliament. What can happen? Maybe the president should go and say that it's a necessary thing, or is it not going to work? I want to joke about free Yermak. This will probably have to be in the same package. Of course, it's a joke. Look, within authorities, there are quite a few advocates, champions and proponents ready to lobby it from within the parliament, because when I got it registered, everyone looked at me with their eyes popping out saying, "Are you crazy? No one is going for that. You can't do it." However, now there are some people who agreed to first support this draft law. They immediately said, "We're not going to speak about it publicly." Whereas now there are some MPs who are ready to speak about it openly, and their number is on the rise. So the first request is, if you can see some MPs and officials writing about it, present your likes and write some positive comments on that, because there are lots of people who will definitely contribute their negative and hate responses. And people, when they read a lot of this hate response, they will immediately decide, well, I don't want to mess up with that. But seriously speaking, if you do see some people supporting that, thank them for that, get involved in the discussions that evolve, so that the people who are ready to make claims about this topic publicly feel supported. This is how it works. Secondly, inside, there is already a quiet coalition of people who communicate about these issues, something that wasn't there in 2023. It was just evolving in 2024, but right now this cohort of people is much more solid. Then education and enlightenment, raising awareness in the media, direct communication. This is what's needed. For our part, we'll be working with embassies of different countries to make sure that they also monitor that, keep it on the radar. We also have a couple of usual suspects, the embassies, who always keep watch of these things, and we need to insist, if this is an indelible part of your integration, look, then we have to work through across the full board of all of the draft laws, not only this one. So I think this is where we need to exert pressure. Thank you.
Thanks, Oksana. In your opinion, what can add some driving force? Okay, we said that the court process takes a year. 2025, since 1991, such cases have not been put through the court system in such an open and transparent manner. If people go to court more often to certify the fact of a common household and fight for their specific rights, that would demonstrate that those are not rare individual cases. This is a systemic problem, and it should be solved not through the court system, but through the approval of respective laws, bylaws, legal acts, draft laws. Yes, let's fight that fight together. Okay. Finally, from the international partners, your opinion, what can help us, what can be helpful, what can work?
Union perspective, I know that many things happened in the last 2 weeks, but the enlargement report was just published like 12 days ago. So the fact that it is in the enlargement report is a very important step. It will facilitate the fact that we are going to keep an eye on it, that we will be not only monitoring, but using it in our policy dialogue with Ukrainian institutions. But also, I would like also to use the chance that is not the only reference. We are also talking about the necessity to reform the criminal code and also to advance in including a different understanding of hate crimes, that they go hand by hand, and that they also are there, and that we will keep monitoring about the situation. We will keep including both in our policy work. And again, the Lachman report was just published 2 weeks ago before.
Different reality.
Yes, it was maybe a different country, but it's less than 2 weeks. Huh?
Дякую вам дуже. Інколи здається, що нічого не відбувається, та що все так.
Sometimes it seems that nothing is going on. We want to see swifter developments. We want this draft law to be approved, but these mills move slowly, but they cannot be stopped. Hopefully next BAM will be celebrating the law, the approval of law on civil of registered partnerships. Let's congratulate Alexander and his partner with registering their engagement, their relationship with his partner in Ukraine. There's a lot of work ahead of us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being involved. We are grateful to our guests, to our panelists. We would like to see the results of our work, long-term work with our partners and allies, and see a legislative mechanism to ensure rights and safety for various types of couples. Your applause to the speakers and moderator of this discussion. And let's have a coffee break. You'll be able to share your impressions, make pictures, make group pictures with the bridges, with the banners, and of course, do some networking. Please welcome to the final panel discussion after the coffee break about creative activism at 4:50. 20 minutes for a coffee break. Thank you.
Ми чекаємо всіх на фінальну цьогорічного форуму союзників і союзниць БАМ 2025. Натхненний день, чудове спілкування, надзвичайний нетворкінг і кава, напевно, настільки смачна, що, звісно, після кава-брейку всіх доволі важко зібрати в нашій глядацькій залі. Але сподіваюся, що реально ми чекаємо ще буквально декілька хвилин і готуємося починати нашу фінальну на сьогодні панельну дискусію. Вона буде присвячена креативному активізму. І просимо займати свої місця. Нагадаю, що буквально ще хвилинку тому на екрані ви могли побачити QR-код і, відповідно, перейшовши за ним, ви могли задонатити посильну суму на БАМ 2026. Коли ми говоримо про союзництво та опору, то безпосередньо думаємо вже про проведення форуму за рік, а це означає, що ваші донати безпосередньо в цьому зможуть допомогти. А окрім того, на вході на вас чекала лотерея, де можна було виграти теплі речі, теплий мерч від громадської організації .опора.ua за донат. Ми нагадуємо, що цьогоріч також відроджуємо традицію нагородження союзників і союзниць, і це нагородження буде відбуватися безпосередньо одразу після фіналу нашої панельної дискусії. І ще раз нагадуємо вам про те, що вона почнеться буквально за хвилинку. Раз, два. Все, супер, все працює. І нарешті, так знаєте,
Wonderful. It's exciting. We'll be talking about creative activism, how culture strengthens dialogue on social change. I'm convinced that this is relevant to everyone, the everyday work and the reflections we feel at cultural, social, and memorial events. As we were working on the topic of this year's forum, the .опори.ua got to thinking, does Ukraine have art for the sake of art nowadays? We've witnessed social initiatives become an integral part of cultural events, which in their turn become the platform to make the voices of those in need heard. This year's Atlas Festival, 100 performers, 100,000 guests, 100 million hryvnias raised, and we were speaking over there about Ukrainian identity and equality. In Lutsk, at the Literature Festival, it became a platform about the talking about the future. And at Sunny Bunny, we were proving that cinematography can be a weapon to protect every person's right to be themselves. Big Brave Events by Volodymyr Zawadyuk is creating shows that are uniting, inspiring, and talking about acceptance, from the voice of Ukraine to charity marathons called Save Ukraine. The culture changes, not only entertains, it heals and changes. We will be talking about how cultural events become the language of social change. And the moderator is musician, screenwriter, and journalist Albert Tsukrenko. Thank you. I think that most of you know me as the only person in Ukraine, the only bearded, bellied guy in the dress who doesn't work in church. Now, over to our guests. Speakers, Mikita Moskalyuk, curator of programs and international projects at the Frontera Literary Platform, curator of international projects at the Algorithm of Action platform. Please. Katerina Khoteyeva, co-founder of No Limits Publicity Agency. Katerina, please. Bogdan Zhuk, director of LGBTQI+ film festival Sunny Bunny and program director of the Kyiv International Film Festival Molodist. And Volodymyr Zawadyuk, head of Big Brave Events 1+1 Media, creator, activist. No. Good afternoon, friends. I'd like to begin with sharing a personal story. On one hand, of pure art, on the other hand, of a cultural activism, and a story of how practicing culture in Ukraine sooner or later brings you over to cultural activism. For a long time, what I was doing was pure art. Hammerman destroys viruses for many years. And in our songs with my band partner Voba Mikhailuk, we were speaking of complicated, sensitive, triggering, neurotizing topics. Take the name of our show within the framework of Gogol Fest in 2014, the theater called of Trauma and Comedy. That describes our art very well, through absurd, grotesque, talking about difficult, complicated topics. We have always been doing this for ourselves, for the sake of pure art, because we couldn't have done anything differently. But we were selfishly positioning ourselves just as artists. 10, 20 years ago, I put a raw chicken on my head, put buckwheat on me, put feathers on me, on my body, cover myself with all that, and enjoy how my performance triggers people online and offline. Now, in 10 to 20 years after, I don't argue with the haters in the comments. I communicate with them. I feel responsibility for my art, for the audience I'm talking to. And when I work on scripts and podcasts, I'm a punk musician, mind you. I keep thinking, what does it give to our society and to our culture? There are two factors to this. One is a personal factor. When they're attacking you for being non-compliant with limits and form, you start to understand other people better when they suffer aggression from because they're not normal according to the usual understanding of the cultural majority, let's call it that, and you suffer because of it. On the other hand, life in Ukraine teaches you to be responsible and fighting for this civilizational choice, Maidan, the war. And finally, Ukrainian artists and performers are the only ones who don't have the luxury of being selfish, irresponsible, and purely artists for art's sake. You know well that all art events in Ukraine, concerts, exhibitions, anything, always include fundraising for armed forces and other initiatives. So these are acts of solidarity as well. So my question is to Katerina within all this. This trend to couple mass events with charitable initiatives. Did that happen did this start in 2022, or was it present in our sphere before? Did it evolutionize at some sort? Where are we now? The charitable component can be divided into what started in 2014, what started in 2022. There is a number of cultural performers who are more based on the principles and microphone. There are performers who have been supporting the armed forces from 2014, and then it struck everyone in 2022. And it is what it is at this point. Our team, on its full scale, has been concentrating its activity from 2022, and our team has been involved in large projects such as Atlas Weekend, big festivals, for 2 years in a row. This year's Zifferblatt participation at Eurovision, representing Ukraine. If we are talking about February 24th, 2022, as a starting point, let's say that 90% of any Ukrainian performers who are aware of what's going on, who stayed in Ukraine, and they are contemplating everything that's been going on with shotgun attacks, everything that's been happening. Every release, every cultural event, especially at international stage, they try to voice the need for humanitarian assistance, demining, Come Back Alive, Pratula Foundation, Azov, Third Assault Brigade, Main Directorate of Intelligence, all that fundraising to those agencies and initiatives. It is necessary because if you don't do that, the question would be why are you not doing this? Whether it's a show, an exhibit, a TV show, even the TV shows that are aired on national television, they also participate in fundraising, even if it's Eurovision, wherever it is in the grid, in the TV grid. Mostly, yes, it became proactive and popular starting from 2022. All right, Mikita, a question to you. Literature events out of a sudden became mass events. I used to live in the Soviet Union that was called the most avid readers in the world. Now Ukraine is even more avid with the reading. What is happening in the literature sphere in Ukraine right now? We're talking about the form of art here that articulates the value component the most. Because with academic music, it's the most abstract one. It cannot convey these values. And this low level of abstract character allows us to share the narratives and the values that we need. When it comes to international activity, say Artem Chekh wrote an op-ed about the Russian-Ukrainian war and his experience of hostilities, of combat. Some people are turning away from us because they're tired of hearing about the war. And literature is trying to find the ways to promote these narratives without getting the reader exhausted and bored. And it sounds a bit weird for someone maybe, but literature platforms, projects, festivals, and any form of work with literature includes search of the next format and the manner to present the story. On activism through literature, we work with values, and just like any other form of art, we are showing these flags, these signals We belong to this community. These are the rules of communication in this community. This works, this doesn't. But when we look at literature as a decoration, which is in fact also a challenge for us, we could hear questions like, what's up with your literature? There are more important things happening, politics, hostilities, but we, at the same time, with literature, we are creating the network, the grid of value, and this changes the optics of this story completely. Bogdan, Sunny Bunny is the second award chronologically for LGBTQ plus movies that appeared first as part of Molodist Film Festival, and then separately. And turns out that your team has the longest, the old experience of talking to the society about sensitive things, sensitive topics, which they probably don't want to discuss, some of the people. How did that change during the war? Did it get easier? Did it get harder? Please tell about your experience. Yes, Sunny Bunny was part of Molodist since 2001, and during the full-scale war, we separated this program and created this as a separate event. Sunny Bunny as a festival has been active since 2023. And after the full-scale invasion, even the decision to separate ourselves from Molodist was fully taken after that, partly because of organizational issues, second, partly because of value-based aspects. Now we understand that now it is as relevant as ever to talk about equality, understanding, acceptance, variety, being different, diversity, and as an example, based on LGBTQI community, various stigmatized, stereotypized groups of vulnerable citizens need to be spoken about, need to be discussed, and we created the festival with the purpose of granting them a platform to be creative for the queer community. This is one of the unique events in Ukraine and in Kyiv that are dedicated to LGBTQ plus topics. It was important to create this area, this space for people to feel safe and accepted and speak about important things at the same time. Volodymyr, our colleagues on stage, all of them work in the physical space, physical environment, creating events that bring people together physically. You work on TV, on media. Can TV shows, TV projects become something like charitable festivals, but online? A space to build connections, empathy, and a community. First of all, hi everyone. It's so nice to participate in this panel discussion. Now we're witnessing a change in Ukraine, a change of the media industry. ODT platforms are raising in popularity, and this inspires me and convinces me that we can be more bold over there and meet the needs, the requirements of the audience. The business aspect, the business component of this is important. The person, the audience member will either buy a subscription or not just switch the TV on or not. With the popular projects on TV channels, if we look at our path from before the beginning of the big war and after it, these are two completely different stories. It was always important for us to articulate the topics of equality, tolerance, LGBTQ plus community, even back then when it wasn't a marketable trend at all, even when it was kind of unsafe professionally. Now I understand no project can avoid this topic, no project produced by us. The path that the industry has gone through is not impeccable. We've made many mistakes. I've had a dialogue about one of our projects, and my counterpart did not believe me. They didn't believe me that TV projects can be aggressive, toxic, non-tolerant, but this is what it used to be. Are we changing? Yes, we are. And right now we are preparing the special show part, special event, the Dance with the Stars. The viewers, the audience need escapism, and the social mission of any such project needs to include the component of escapism. So we partnered up with Superhumans, and we are doing this project for evacuation of the of humans. So by voting for dancing couples, you will be helping these evacuation efforts. We need to break through this wall of non-tolerance. We absolutely should do that. Sometimes it's really difficult because very different people are around us. Very different people take the decisions. But we, as socially responsible people, I'm convinced that we must be responsible in this sphere as well.
As opposed to this argument, like, what about your books or what about your dancing? What does that have to do with the society and its problems? I remember Vera Kakele a few years ago when in one of the television shows, when she was singing Invite Me Into Your Dreams. Vera Kakele, the singer, Invite Me Into Your Dreams. On the other hand, I grew up in Chernivtsi. For me, it's Marichka, is my legacy, songs by Vasyuk and Yaremchuk. So I was sitting, looking at my screen, mobile screen and television screen, and I thought like, okay, we're in the same space. Then I went to another community where I can see again the same song. So these beacons that we set up via a variety of different formats and different kinds of activities in the cultural domain, it's also about uniting a social mission, even when we are unaware of that. Then I go and listen to your podcast and you play the same legacy of the 1960s. I go like, this is my space. And now we are talking about security, safety, and the horizontal connections we're building. Thank you. Katerina, question to you. We've spoken about music. You also mentioned Eurovision because you worked with Cyberblood, the band. Eurovision, before the war, Ukrainian artists treated it more proactively and responsively as opposed to the artists from other countries. For us, we also always wanted to tell something about ourselves from that big stage. And starting with 2014, and even more so since 2042, artists and singers say that this is a platform for us to make statements about Ukraine, to tell the truth about Ukraine, evoke empathy. We know all of it, but for us it's a pretty abstract notion anyway. Can you please tell us what you made your efforts together with Cyberblood, the band, in this regard? Well, indeed, the national selection procedure for Cyberblood, the national television, is pretty much like the national championship or the international championship. We know all about the things that go into that. We know how much costumes cost, why flowers were not brought from Finland. We're all picky and choosy. So Ukrainian society is so expert, they always know the answers to all of the questions. And luckily we had this experience this year too. Anyway, I can speak about it, and this is very conspicuous, starting with 2022 when Kalush became one of the winners, Cyberblood and Tvorchi, when they featured amongst the artists during that contest. So you have to use these European platforms to get heard. Or whether you will be heard, that's another side of things, but just because there's a great deal of attention riveted to Ukraine, they always ask you, what's your song about, how are you feeling, etc. So this aftertaste when you go to promo parties to Amsterdam or London. We didn't manage to go because we were declined for a visa application. So you cannot feel like Erika Wickman from Finland or Tomek Hash with his Russians from Estonia. So you carry this burden, and in your everyday agenda and your communication with journalists, you have to tell the same. And you have to say, like in Pavlograd, Kristina Starikov's house was destroyed with a bomb. And you understand that 99% of news updates write about Ziffernblatt, and in addition to what they say, in addition to being at these platforms, you also have to tell something because you have a special mission to perform. If these are 3 Ukrainian men living abroad, going abroad, and you are constantly in suspension whether or not the permit will be issued for you, it's much easier for Alona and Jerry Hill to leave because everything will be okay with documents. They're girls. But leaving for this contest, you definitely have to understand what you will be talking about to BBC, for example. So for yourselves, given last year after the aggressive conduct of Israel during Eurovision and the participation of Israel as you saw it, Palestine and Israel, all of this communication is highly toxic. After certain behavioral patterns, they initiated a very stiff behavioral code concerning what you can support and what not. Up to the point like they give you your flag. You cannot pull out Free Azov, for example, on the screen. You will be easily disqualified. It's not even the year 2024, regrettably. So we identified for ourselves our humanitarian aspect. You cannot raise money for weapons, arms systems. So we opted for humanitarian demining instead. We had a lot of negotiations with the humanitarian demining here in Ukraine, which also deals with education and action, mine action. We also collaborated with Serhiy Pritula's fund concerning humanitarian demining for the media. It's a Ukrainian development which alleviates the Ukrainian agrarian sector and does a lot of other beneficial things. So we raised money to as much as 4 million, and we wanted to raise this money using not Ukrainians who were depleted, but from Europeans. And if you choose between humanitarian demining and drones, as was the case during Atlas, people always donate to arms much more as opposed to children's cases, and because we have had some fundraisers for children, and I was able to see that reluctance and unwillingness to donate. So this was perceived rather well by the European audience because you went there not to hang out, but with a mission. And it's great to pursue a mission as an artist representing a country. This is, by the way, a question why a Ukrainian artist should not be promulgated him or herself on behalf of Moldova, Sanremo, or something else. This incurs reputational risks. Thank you, Katarina. Nikita, please, a question to you. This year, during Frontera Festival, we are awaiting the coming of guests from other countries, and I have been reading that the events will take place in 3 languages, English, Ukrainian, and Spanish. This was in July. Oh, I see. So we had some guests coming from Spain and Colombia, and I understand there are lots of Colombians fighting for Ukraine. This is your merit, the merit of your activism. So can you tell us about this side of international exchange? And what is it that you wanted to communicate and whether you managed to do it? On the one hand, there is a problem with literature. It requires translating. So when we go to another country or invite foreign literary figures or intellectuals to come to Ukraine, we cannot just give them a copy of the book and say, read it. We have to find a way out. On the other hand, literature affords us to use metaphors. Metaphors are special when you've been working in this context for a long time, when you are immersed in it, of course, it's very easy to translate them and get found. And these people pick up your metaphors because they're also involved in literature. International festivals work at many levels. The most conspicuous and noticeable one is the speakers, the audience, and the audience takes in everything that the speakers tell them. But there are lots of acquaintances taking place in the midst of literature, figures, media figures. We do not just work with literature, we also have stand-up, musical components, and lots of other elements thrown into it. Next year, even in the name, it's a small spoiler, we are not going to be called an international literary festival, we'll just called an international festival. This restriction will be removed. But my point is the level of interaction between the participants is so important. It's essential because we begin partnerships, acquaintances arise, ideas come up, and we highlight some non-obvious things. A lot of intellectuals coming for the first time in Ukraine and to Lutsk, they realized that we have a curfew because for all it was just an abstract, a far-fetched thing. However, having come to Ukraine, they see how we are beginning, how we are coping. And when in the morning a shelling takes place, like in May we had this story, connected to another project, foreign speakers came, and Lutsk right at that time was hit and very heavily. And it was a shock for them. Like 2 hours after the shelling, we were already conducting our event, and there were no hurdles in our way. So we demonstrated a real life to them. And there was also an additional intellectual tier on top of that. So have I answered your question? Yes, thank you, Mikita. Katerina, during a previous answer, it occurred to me, but I got carried away and I failed to question you. That responsibility which our Ukrainian top pop and rock musicians, pop musicians in the first place, are showcasing. Is this in a way paying debt or paying tribute to something that they have owed all of us and the world during the time before the full-scale invasion, when they went to Russia and maintained connections with the Russian show business? When you communicate with top Ukrainian pop artists, what do you feel from them? Look, all of us commit mistakes. And let me put it this way. From the legal standpoint, there were no violations. Businesses, Ukrainian businessmen, Ukrainian musicians and sportsmen went to perform in Russian championships, but the same can be argued. There is no law in place for us to donate, but we know that this is our moral responsibility. When a pop artist or an artist or creator went out during the first days of the full-scale invasion saying, "I'm sorry, I screwed up. It was a real problem. It's a cross that I have to carry," I think it's honest. When you embrace your mistakes, acknowledge them, and talk about it publicly, it's not about weakness. It's about the fact that you are a living and breathing individual, and now you have to do it all to help even yourself to atone for those mistakes. Because these examples are plenty. And donations, you cannot buy forgiveness by donating, but at least you will be honest to yourself that you have endeavored to do some more by way of uniting communities, initiating some cultural events to make sure that there is greater cohesion within the community, raising 121 million for whatever purpose. So it's a more of a philosophical and ethical issue. It's atonement of your own guilt to yourself in the first place. You have to face it. You just can't say, "I never did it," because there are lots of people who say, "I never did it, I don't understand it." Many think that they're the cleverest, but there are very few artists who come out and say, "This is my problem, and I will do all to make sure that by the end of my life, that this guilt is atoned in the eyes of the society, in the eyes of the people who used to trust me, etc. Thank you. Bogdan. I wanted to raise another aspect of activism with you. All of us live in our own bubbles, which is not bad. Bubbles, more often or not, become the points of crystallization that begin to emanate changes into the society. Nevertheless, there is another issue of bursting your bubble, and there you begin to engage in another type of conversation. So, a cultural activist, is he entitled to say to an aggressive person that this person is stupid and aggressive, saying this blank in their eye, or pursuing the change that you want to contribute to the society? Do you have to sort of like restrain yourself? Yes, of course, there's a particular degree of responsibility because activism is public presence, it's public responsibility. Whatever kind of criticism or claims or gripes, of course, they may arise, especially when we talk about LGBTQ plus communities. There will be lots of people to pick faults with you. And basically, we even had such a story during the festival. It was at the time of Easter holidays, and this was the cause for many people to say that we were not well-pleasing in their eyes. We didn't please certain people with their certain perspectives on life. So I think that in this respect, we have to find ways out and ways to communicate properly without making concessions in terms of our principles. So when creating our festival, we never argued and we never had any hesitation. Even if it was necessary, we would have done it on Easter Day, for example, right? On the eve of Easter. There were people who went to church to bless their food, and they went to enjoy the festival. So nothing stood in their way, nothing. But if something stands in your way, we don't make you, we don't force you to come and enjoy our event. So my point is, it's important to find different ways to communicate. I hope we managed to do it. We point out issues like was the case with Easter this year in response to the public statements made by MPs inclusive. So we pointed out to them that it was rather down to your homophobic stance than the fact that our festival simply coincided with a religious festivity. So I think we mustn't sacrifice our principles, we mustn't give up on them. When we truly believe in things that we do, for the sake of which we do it, we need to find ways how to communicate it properly if some fail to understand it. At least, I hope we will pave the way for other people to try and understand us. All right, thank you. Volodymyr, you work with a massive format, mass culture format, television and social deep thinking. How do you strike the balance between making it possible for such massive audiences to watch these things and communicating different social mottos to people?
It is complicated. I've had a very interesting experience, a meeting in Aspen with various media reps. I was sad to see journalists from information media and fewer people that make entertainment content. Entertainment content, in fact, has a very important meaning, a loud voice, whether we like it or not. If you go to Threads, you'll see how much people post about The Bachelor, whatever you think of this show. For me, as a producer, as a creator of an entertainment product of this show, let's not mix it up with propaganda. We're a different type of country. We need to include narratives, values, heroes that make this world better. However naive that might sound at first, for me it's a must-have, an absolutely obligatory component. Every show, we try to find those components. Katya was mentioning social missions, fundraisers. It has to be balanced to be credible. It's getting increasingly difficult to raise money with donations. We need to find the buttons, the emotional buttons to use. Yura Karahodin Baidak at Atlas Festival, they play the strings of people's souls to make them donate money. I'm not only talking about national TV, I'm talking about shows at platforms, at outdoors, festivals, Sunny Bunny, Atlas. All of that is more than just content, more than just festivals. These projects have an important voice and they can convey important messages, but it depends on the team, whether they're ready or not to do this. Whether you will face any bans, prohibitions, hate, desperation, loss of faith. Yes, but whether you're ready to power through or not it depends on you. My team and myself, we are ready to do so, to fulfill a mission, to make this world better, even if it sounds naive to some of you. This helps at times like today, when the scheduled power supply is only 2 hours long. Katya, popular music. Performers, producer teams, do they plan uh, consciously to raise queer visibility without losing the conservative part of their audience? Let's take the example of Oля Polyakova. Last year in London, she was the head of a Ukrainian part of the rally of LGBTQ for Trafalgar Square. She works, she collaborates with Kyiv Pride. You can see at the Ola's Palace of Sports concert a huge LGBT flag that she demonstrated. Do we convey LGBT messages through this performer? Yes. Does her team and herself fear criticism and hate? I think the answer is obvious. When a performer is supporting the equality in anything, whom to love, what music to listen, ageism or non-ageism. 45, is this an old age or not? No. So if we're talking about Ola Polyakova, we understand how complicated her path has been, but the support of the performer, from the performer towards the people who need that support. Let's imagine if some a conservative lady comments on Polyakova's music negatively. In her case, what she's doing is not to raise awareness. This is not situation based. You can watch her path during the interviews, the posts on social media. The question, thank you, Katerina. Now the question to everyone. Let's maybe start with Mikita. In my podcasts, when I talk to musicians, with artists, with performers generally, with performers in general, I ask them, do they apply self-censorship during the war? I hear various answers. Does this happen in your activism? If you self-censor, how, when, and why? When I think of self-censorship, I think about, we talk about literature as a means of communication inside our country and outside of Ukraine. France, Spain, Portugal, Roman language group. And when we speak of something cautiously, it is because here in our context we will understand with no further explanation what is meant. To them, we would have to explain what is the social unspoken agreement between the society members. This communication has to be taken into account before you speak, which is challenging. Katerina, how do you self-censor? Me personally, as a cultural activist, as a manager, well, first of all, I have a rule of thumb. I almost never comment anything in a public fora, especially if it's a negative comment. Take the example of Eurovision or a recent Ramina's YouTube content about Afghanistan. Then the costumes by Ivan Frolov for Zifferblatt for Eurovision. Cases like those. First, nobody understands this. Then we become icons of Eurovision. Then nobody supports us again. So this being balanced and abstaining from comments during the first 24 hours is important. Honestly, it's helpful because it's easy to offend people. Social media, social networks is a huge portal into hell, and it's easy to offend people, especially in Eurovision. People would say the first time we failed to participate in the final Eurovision, we saw Vala's face when we did get into the final, and when we brought ninth place with a super complicated song. And Eurovision doesn't like bands, lest you are Goe or Måneskin. And I wanted to, to ask those people, so what are you gonna say now? I am a person who can face her own mistakes. And if I know my words can offend someone, especially in the public sphere, we're all very interconnected, we'll talk to each other. Volodymyr and I, we had a wonderful Zoom. He was the creative director of this year's Atlas Festival. We understand how sensitive we all are, and any comment that can be perceived ambiguously might be offensive for performers, to performers, especially female performers. So I prefer to abstain from commenting. I tolerate this among performers that with whom we have a long-term collaboration. I prefer to not offend people, colleagues. We all know what we need to change about everyone, about Zifferblatt, about the naming, the branding. No, nobody picks on their name. Although at first so many people were given them unsolicited advice. I don't know if people want to boost their ego by offending others. Everyone knows how to make Taliban Afghanistan themed content, how to dance, ballroom dancing, so on. Everyone is an expert when they're commenting, but nobody can pick up the slack and do something themselves. So better use your energy to build a better version of yourself. Bogdan. What about self-censorship in your case? I hope there is none. The task of the festival, very generalized one, is to try to expand the limits of people's thinking, to make them perceive things in a different manner, like they never did before, in different contexts and aspects. That's why it's important to us to not hold ourselves back, but even vice versa, to provoke the audience, to engage them, involve them, attract their attention. Of course, provoking for the sake of doing so is not for us, but with LGBTQ plus topics, there's no conscious provoking. It just originates from the name, the abbreviation itself. It can be very triggering. Of course, there are many cases when we have to do a pro and cons list, and in various contexts, anything Russian or resembling anything Russian is immediately a trigger for a large portion of the audience. We need to take that into account, apparently. Example, a character in the movie where somebody participated in the creation of the movie and their last name resembles a Russian last name. That can trigger people, and we have to be mindful of what we're showing and how we're discussing various topics. Hopefully there's no self-censorship. Vice versa, we try to influence the society to think more widely. If there's a queer future, if the humanity does not destroy itself, the future will be queer. And we need to promote people's attitude towards themselves and their communication with the others, or with the society in general. This is what we are trying to do. Volodymyr, and the same question to you. In fact, this is a relevant question for a linear television industry. Our team, throughout the Voice of Ukraine, the Dance with the Stars, have been aimed at expanding the limits. At our ballroom, we had queer heroes, transgender heroes, such as Diandra, and the dance scene of two men on the ballroom dancing before the big war. I remember this trend, this nostalgic trend. I rewatch this and I think to myself, wow, this was so brave. And it's important to us to avoid anything that can be seen as tolerating Russian culture or anything related to that. We are mindful of the risks, including the reputation risks. It's important for us to be open, transparent, but to not trigger heroes, especially during the war, especially at such difficult times, difficult days, the days of commemoration of victims, and similar dates. But it's important to not sweep it under the rug. So I talked to multiple people about fighting sexism, transparency. We edit our content based on these values, and we are learning to understand this. We have markers of sexism, intolerance, discrimination, and many times internally we do checking of this, and we talk to our legal team. Sometimes we argue and we say, no, this has to be broadcast. It's challenging, but it's possible. To me, the most important thing here is to stay human. I support Katya. Everyone is a hater, everyone is an expert. Everything unacceptable with proof, with evidence, has to be condemned. But before it's justified and before there's evidence, we should probably avoid doing the hate. So many people are leaving the country. There's such a lack of creative staff, creating creative industry actors and performers. And I want ourselves to be more open, more tolerant to each other, supporting talented people instead of commenting some bullshit that is not relative to reality at all. All right, thank you, dear friends, for your valuable thoughts, for your experience. May your activism be fruitful and your efforts be productive. At 6 p.m., we'll come will reunite. I will be on stage again, but in a different role, as you will see later. Now, let's finish this meeting with a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you, Albert, all of the participants of our final panel discussion. Let's give them another round of applause and take a picture. Now, to the very responsible part of Alliance Forum BAM, the award ceremony for BAM 2025. The CSO.Opora.ua was awarding the activists for the first time 6 years ago. Now somebody might receive another award. We'll see that in several minutes. We are giving awards to those who are working daily for the sake of equality in business, activism, media, to those who support LGBTQ+, not only with their words, but with their actions. Not only during Pride Month in June, but consistently on a daily basis. Those who are not afraid to speak out, fight stereotypes, implement equality and non-discrimination policies, advocate change in legislation, promote inclusivity and diversity in their content. So, we talked to our audience and asked to nominate allies who, in their opinion, are making a significant contribution to a diverse and equal society in 4 nominations. First, business, companies and leaders who are implementing diversity and inclusivity, politics, members of parliament and officials who support legislative initiatives, media, journalists, and editing teams who are talking about diversity and tolerance, and also public speakers, public persona, those who are supporters of LGBTQ+. There are 3 nominees in each category. There's a short list. We have published it on social media for open voting. Hopefully, most of you already participate in this voting. The results will be available in a minute. 1 vote per 1 nominee also was given by the jury, just as it happens with Eurovision. Now, we are ready to announce the names of the jury: Timur Levchuk, .Opora.ua, and Tanya Kasyan, CEO of .Opora.ua. The concept of this year's forum is bridges. Bridges that bring together. They do not appear by themselves. They stand on pillars. Our allies are those supportive pillars. The award is shaped as a bridge, symbolizes people who are building connections, supporting community, and creating opportunities when it's most needed. Now, a little bit of tension. Politics. The award goes to Inna Sofsun, Member of Parliament, author of Registered Partnerships Draft Law. Inna, please, on stage. Thank you for your constant support in equality and inclusion. Your work promotes creating just decision, just solutions.
Thank you. I'm having a look at it, at this award. I never expected to be here, you know. I'm so excited. I feel so anxious. Thank you. Thanks to everyone who voted for me. On the one hand, it's a great comfort for me to get this award. And on the other hand, I very much hope that politicians, men and women supporting LGBTQI community will grow in number and this competition will become tighter. But I still plan to keep the lead in this competition. So I want to thank all of the participants voting in my favor. Let me also thank the organizers of this forum. I think it's very important to get together against the backdrop of everything happening, discuss some global things. Thank you very much for everything that you do. Big applause to Inna Sofsun, the winner in policymaking category. Next is business. And here the award goes to Laboratoria Publishing House. Thank you for your bravery and boldness to support inclusion, diversity, equality, and readiness to speak about important things. Laboratory, congratulations. Stand closer, please. Honestly, I'm in a state of shock because my team and I were in a state of shock when we were shortlisted, but now it's even a greater overwhelming because we truly believe that we still are doing not enough. My teammates are the people who work with books and stories, and we all believe that the experiences which the books have to carry allow people to understand the importance of safety, of others, respect for others, and the right of others to remain themselves. I very much hope that at one point in our lives we will get to this point when no one will have to stand up for this right. But so far we have so much ground to cover. Thank you very much indeed. And we keep going. Your big hand to Laboratoria Publishing House. Next, category media. Суспільне мовлення, the public TV of Ukraine. Today we watched the documentary film during one of our breaks. Thank you very much for throwing light on inclusion, equality issues, proving that media can exert influence on public changes bravely, boldly, and with humanity. Anastasia Gudima is here to embrace this award. The floor is yours, Anastasia. A huge thank you. I'm so happy. Thank you, Tanya and Timur, for your consistent expert support of our team. We work 24/7, and we can always reach out to Tatiana about how to do things right. That's something that the media is supposed to do, to engage in self-reflections. We don't know it all. So it's precious to have such a pillar, such a fulcrum in the person and the capacity of these experts. And it's a great incentive for us to keep going, because in August, we, as the public broadcaster, approved the DI dimension. And the author of this concept, topical concepts on LGBTIQ and age diversity, was Estiana Kasyan. So basically for us, it's a big incentive to keep pursuing everything that we have written, to make sure that diversity, equality, and inclusion are not just an added option and not a charity, but become a norm for both our content and our team. Суспільне мовлення, a winner in the media category. Congratulations. And another category we have, a public figure, and the award goes to Yana Brenzei. Thank you that by way of your active position and being so noticeable, you amplify others who don't get heard or seen, and you make inclusion part of public conversation. So Yana is coming up. Embraces, kisses, and your big round of applause. Yana, the floor goes to you. I'm here. Look, for me, this is so unexpected. I never thought about myself doing something special for it. For me, it's just an organic thing to do, and I sincerely believe that in order to support LGBTIQ community, you don't have to be part of this community. The baseline requirement is to be human, and I will continue doing and working to make sure that this prize disappears as an obsolete, unnecessary thing, because everyone will know and understand that people are just people and they are eligible to love, develop, and live as they wish to do it. Thank you for recognizing my small contribution to that. Congratulations to Yana Brenzei, but our award ceremony still goes on, and now we'd like to offer special marks to ambassadors of equal rights of this forum, the nomination of Equal Rights and Forum of Allies, BAM. Monroe, unrivaled Monroe. Thank you for your consistent support rendered to inclusion, diversity, equality, for the bravery to speak about yourself. Bigger applause, Monroe. Congratulations. Thank you ever so much. Some more applause for them to smile sincerely in the camera. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart and see you at the 7th BAM event. That's all I can say. I'm lost for words. You are doing strong and much needed things. And my platform, my panel discussion was a kind of a depressive at the beginning, and I was feeling like everything was so bad. But friends, remember that at the end of the tunnel there is the light. And the brightest light is always at the crack of the dawn. Thank you very much for doing what you do on a daily basis. On stage, in your stories, and in your everyday activities. Next, ambassadors of equal opportunities. And we give the award to Starlight Media. Your everyday mundane work proves that equality and humanity is the foundation of true leadership. So congratulations, Starlight, with this well-deserved award. Thank you for the opportunity to get this prize for my teammates, and we are proud that we are within the midst of the allies who are changing the industry. Another award is awaiting its owner. Ambassadors of Equal Rights. Wonder Scene Ukraine Media, thank you for supporting Ukraine, throwing light on inclusion and equality rights, making sure that LGBTQ plus community is highlighted, and for your honesty to speak about such deep thoughts open-heartedly. Wow, I'm overwhelmed because it's our first big award. We have been writing about equal rights for 5 years, supporting LGBTQI plus community. Thank you for your collaboration with us. We much appreciate this award. It's so precious for us. And I thank my team Wonders in Ukraine, because these people work on their enthusiasm given the situation within the Ukrainian media. So let's keep doing it. And thank you for reading, because this inspires us. And naturally, give it up to our jury members, because you know their work and the results of their work is the meetings that we have on an annual basis during such events. This is an NGO, Fulcrum, something that we can be proud of and boast. Now I'm turning to everyone, especially those online, because online our event will go on, but those who are watching us on a stream broadcast, our forum is running to its end, but I'm sure that its energy will suffice for a long time for us to keep going. Thank you very much for being with us today. Our partners, speakers, moderators, panelists, and of course, Fulcrum, Opora UA, we are all part of the big bridge that takes Ukraine to the future without discrimination, without fear, with dignity and love. So see you back at BAM 2026 and give it up to close the streamline. Give it up, make it noisier, and ever more plaudits, please. Super. And now the recording.